One moment. Uh, Not sure if I want to keep captions on. It might get in the way. Um, Probably turn it off for a little bit, and I won't have the PNG avatar. Only because that will get in the way of the stream. The stream might crash or do some frame drops, so not gonna risk that, but might be one of the last times that I use it, possibly. This is going to be a new sort of live series that I'm gonna do, just sitting down trying to learn Blender. Italics on trying. But the end goal is just for me to get a low poly model, so I'm not going to do anything too crazy, but that still is going to take a little bit of effort and some work to do to try to, first of all, just main learning curve of just learning this software, getting used to sculpting, 3D modeling. I thought about using a mouse, but then I realized I have this tablet. It's a drawing pad. It's not with a screen, which I would like, but it's the next thing that I have. So I'm going to have to get used to it. I used this when I made this right here. Does it show up? It shows up. So I use this when I use this drawing tablet when I made this. I'm not used to not being able to see what I'm drawing, since it does have a screen. The same adjustment is probably going to have to occur when I'm doing 3D modeling, because most likely I'm just going to be using the pen, and I can't look down. I usually like looking down at what I'm drawing, like on pen and paper, but this is gonna be a little different. Also, I think I showed this in the other stream, but it didn't really come out clearly. I love this new cursor. I bought this off of Coffee. I think it's Coffee, the pronunciation. An artist made an entire Yume Nikki set, and it's amazing. It's good. It's awesome. So I've been using this for a little bit, but that's besides the point. I'm gonna turn this avatar off. I'm gonna miss it too, because usually I like going onto the little Discord server VC, because sometimes, some other people will join in, and it'll be like a little VC chat surprise or whatever, and I'm like, oh wow, what's up? But that's not gonna happen anymore, because I'm probably going to use. Oh, I forgot. I gotta figure out rigging too, and everything, because if I want this to be like I hate saying VTuber, but if I want this to be a low poly model, and it's gonna be rigged and stuff, I think I gotta put it through what? An engine? I gotta put it through a game engine, I think. I don't know what I'm gonna do for that. Maybe Unreal, Unity. They're gonna be free. It's not like I'm making a game. If I were to make a game, I would have to pay like a fee or something like that. I don't know. So maybe I could use Unity or Unreal or something. I'll figure that out along the way. I'm thinking way too far ahead. Right now I gotta go into this, just look around, see what I like, see what I get confused about, look it up on Google or something. And I do have a YouTube playlist that I'm gonna look at to try to help me along the way. So this is not gonna be just me going in completely blind, not being able to understand anything for like an hour, hopefully. Hopefully that won't be the case. I recognize like the UI. I could probably make sense of a lot of stuff because it's okay. Like the bar up here, the axes to the side. I don't. The only thing I don't know how to do is turn the camera. If I can just figure that out. Because I thought like it would be like click. Okay, use the mouse. And then click and hold, and then move it around to try to drag the camera around. But it only brings up the highlighting feature. So that obviously is not it. Let me see. Oh, camera. But that's that camera. How do I turn? Like these are the things that I gotta. Oh, you do it separately. You don't click on the actual thing. So this is just for individual selection. Okay, I'm starting to get it. How do I rotate though? So zoom in, zoom out. Oh, oh wow. I'm not going to be using a camera though. I'm just going to make a model, or do I? When I do the rigging and stuff, do I actually need a camera? I gotta look that up. I think I do. Lighting. Is there lighting on this? Can't even. Okay, I'm expanding it. I don't know if that's doing anything. Can't really tell. I might have some music in the background too, because these are going to be pretty long streams, or at least I'm going to have them try to be. And that's one thing that I want to, like, I could have done this. I could have done this without going live. But I feel like if I don't have some sort of, if I don't go live, I'm just going to procrastinate, be lazy. This gives me a reason to actually sit down and try to learn some of this stuff. Alright. What is this? Maybe I should go back to the default settings, because Madotski, she this cursor blocks a lot of the text. What did that say? Yeah, this blocks a lot of the text. Switch the something. Or I can make it transparent. That'll be better too. Switch to something view from perspective. Orthographic projection. The graphic projection. Okay, we're gonna learn how to rotate real quick. Scale, transform, annotate. I'm gonna have something on loop real quick, just so there isn't any. It can fill the dead air. Just listening to this for a little bit. I had this on loop. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's the, what's his name, Gamma? It's Gamma's team. I say one, I believe. Add cube, measure. So when you usually make new objects, it always starts as a cube. It does, okay. Is there a limit to that? How do I cancel this? Control Z is. I got hotkeys on the tablet too. I gotta remember them. It's Alt Shift. What's Control? Well, okay. They're just. What is the limit on this? Okay, my canvas kind of faded out of existence when I zoomed out too much. But let me see. Oh snap. Hold on. Just want to find out. Oh, you can't zoom out. Once you're in, it's kind of locks you in this. I'm trying to like scroll away. Okay. Oh, you can make attachments too. Okay. That's nice. Rotations is from this thing. Okay. That makes sense actually. I can highlight all this, right? Oh, no. Highlight feature. Is this also highlighting? What is this? Set the cursor location, drag, transform shortcut, shift spacebar. Let's see what that looks like. The first stream is just gonna be messing around. I cannot minimize OBS. It always ends up re-showing up on the main screen. Let me just see the preview. I'll keep captions up for now. Alright. So I don't know what this is, but it always happens to move a lot. Oh, I gotta consider scale too. Oh, this is gonna be rough. I have to consider the scale. So not only, well, if it's a low poly model, it won't be too difficult to try to figure out the scale of that. Then I need character designs. I'm gonna start out small though. I gotta think of something to make before I head over into trying to make a full body 3D model, even if it is low poly. And it's not gonna be like accurate body proportions. It's gonna be like a low poly model, as in something you would see in Mega Man Legends. I'm trying to think of more games. Klonoa 2. Well, it's not. It's gonna be a human character model. But in terms of like PS2 Klonoa stuff, like maybe something like that. I might do cell shading if I can figure that out. That's a whole different thing I will have to learn. Maybe when I get to texturing, I can probably learn that. There are resources too. Next time I do it, like, this is just me tinkering around trying to figure out what the hell things are. But in later streams I will sit down with like a book or something, like an ebook or one of the YouTube videos and try to learn that. I might just look at one of the YouTube videos this stream too. That'll be a thing. Let's see. And I should have done this way earlier. Like, I've been talking about making a model, holding off on it, and now that I'm doing it, I just realized it's gonna be a while. If I had done this months ago, I probably already would have gotten some progress done on at least like making a face, at least something. Starting character designs, heading over to Clip Studio, transform, word combination, grab what's neat. So. Oh, nice. can actually rotate the cube itself, not just our viewing of the canvas. Blue. I gotta remember I think everything is color coded. So blue Z. What is X axis? Green is Y. Gotta remember that. Pretty rotated though. Okay, I'm moving it now. There we go. This is Z? Oh, it depends on the view. Okay. I will have a playlist too. I don't want to just put some stuff on loop or like something. I'm not gonna have this on loop forever. I'm gonna figure out. I'll put together something. But I gotta be careful. Some stuff can be ID claimed, and I do not want that. That would be terrible. There's some songs that I listen to though, that a lot of them are DMCA, if I were to play them right now. So it kind of sucks that I can't listen to it. That's usually like where I get into my focus state. I gotta pick an alternative. Dude, I could loop this. If I remember, this is not DMCA, so that should be good. This is like a 54 minute playlist. Is this the, I don't remember if this is the good one. We'll see. I liked it. Probably is. Sub bars? Oh, you lit. I'm Drunk Mama from karaoke. What is this? I'm learning how to 3D model. I'm looking at this, and my brain is like blanking out on a lot of this stuff, but I'll learn it. I'll figure it out. These are gonna be frequent streams when I don't got a clear schedule and I'm not playing the game. Full transparency, these are going to be boring ass streams, I will tell you that, but for a reason, because I gotta focus up, try to figure this thing out. But I will be chatting, I will be yapping the best that I can, but for the most part, just trying to learn Blender. The stuff that they make those Overwatch videos with? Hey now, come on, bro. Whoa, that is one. This is a software where they do 3D animation, and some artists make those types of makes that type of content. That is one thing that they do with this software. That's not what I'm gonna do. That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to make a model to replace this PNG that I got, because every time that I use this, Discord like swallows up the internet and then my stream shits itself. So I gotta replace it with something. And I'm gonna do like a low poly model. It's not gonna be those generic, I hate saying generic, but it's not gonna be one of those VTuber models. I'm not a fan of the VTuber model. It looks too weirdly like 2D mixed with 3D. I don't like it. Think of like PS1 era stuff. Think of PS1 era stuff. Or what is the best description? Yeah, just PlayStation 1 era characters and shit. I'm gonna have stuff like that. That's what it's gonna be, bro. Also, I should have put this. I should have made a command. It was gonna be like song request or something. You can recommend something. I'll put it on the playlist so I can have that going. Because when I do these, I don't just want the same music playlist looping over and over again. That's gonna get pretty old. So if I can have a playlist full of like fresh stuff that's not DMCA, so the streams won't get nuked, that'd be perfect too. And also if I like it too, I don't want nobody sending me some bullshit. I don't want any garbo in the playlist. Dude, I'm just looking at this block like, alright, what do I do now? Okay, I already added a cube. Measure. Measure is good, I can... Yeah. Alright. I was worried about scaling, like how am I going to scale the model? We got a measurement tool right here. I gotta compare though. I want to download some already existing models. Like if I can get my hands on the Mega Man Legends model, that'll be perfect. So I can compare like, okay, how tall do I want this character to be? Gonna sleep, bro. Best believe, best believe. If you are drunk, you are sleepy unless something occurs and then you start getting lit again. But yeah, I understand that 100%. Can't wait for 1057. Oh yeah, bro, I thought that was gonna come out today or yesterday. There was no break next week on the chapter that I read, so I assumed it was coming out yesterday. I was waiting all evening for that chapter to drop, and then I looked it up. Weekly Shonen Jump break. I was so depressed. When I found out. I'm like, I gotta wait another week for this? Are you kidding me? But whatever. This is something I'm doing in the meantime. Take my mind off of One Piece. But yeah. Alright, Bars. You have a good one. Scale. Resizing. I gotta be careful with this one. Because I don't know, I mean, it's not pixel art. If I resize a 3D model, it's not gonna like get bloated and look ugly. Compared to like when you resize a sprite in like a pixel art software editor, like A-Sprite or something. Or even, you know, Clip Studio has pixel art stuff. But if you resize that as a sprite, it usually looks ugly. It usually ends up looking ugly. So maybe this is different though, because this is not pixel art. Let me see. How does this even work? How do I... Oh, there we go. Wait, this is the same as Transform. Is it not? Okay, no, that's different. It's way different. Or not, wait. Is it maintaining its shape? No? I thought it would like get larger but maintain its shape. It was a regular square before, now it's in like a rectangular shape. I thought that was how it's gonna work. When they talked about like rescaling. Maybe I got, oh no, it's this. Maybe this is it. Yeah, okay, so this maintains the shape of the object. Okay. And this is just like if you don't, I guess if you don't want to go to transform. Alright, so the circle is to maintain the shape. And then the color coded ones, this is just resize, I guess. I think, I don't know, I could be wrong. Okay, so what's the difference between this circle and the other one? The larger circle. Scale selected items. Says the same thing. Okay. Oh, this is the good playlist. I like this song. See, I was listening to this when I was on Clip Studio. When I did the Clip Studio stream, this would just be on loop. And there was another playlist. I forgot what it was though. It's probably like Zelda Wave or something. Okay, simple move. I still don't know what this is. Set the cursor location, drag to transform. Not sure what I'm really doing here. I guess that's where the that's where the YouTube videos come in. It's a 3D crosshair. Like I'm at the starting point of this learning journey, just figuring out stuff without, like, before I go into YouTube or the ebooks to actually do proper learning. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but at least I'm in the program. Usually I open up Blender, I look at this canvas and I'm like, nope, and then I close it immediately. Image editor, animation editor is the active editor. Press Shift plus S for the crosshair. Oh! Selection to cursor, to active, to grid, cursor to active. Whoa. Okay. Cursor to world origin? Oh, as in the canvas center. Okay. Wow. Oh wait. So it's just like a tool for. I'm starting to understand it. You use it in edit mode to set the cursor to the vertex. Then in object mode, like right click and you set the origin to the 3D cursor. Gotcha. Geometry to origin. So we're talking about the object. Alright, let me move it. Let me just move it to the left. Oh no, that's not what it means. Shading. Shade smooth, auto smooth, flat. Copy objects, paste objects, duplicate. Rename objects. Oh yeah, layers. I'm gonna have to name the layers. For sure, gotta do that. Mirror, snap, parent. Oh, there's a lot. I'll probably get it down though, just enough experience. Mesh. Alright, let me just learn one thing at a time. But I guess it's good to just read those in passing. Origin center mass. Origin to center mass surface. Surface and volume. Origin to 3D cursor, so yeah, crosshair. Wait, so is right clicking just an alternative way if you don't want to control S, or is control S and right clicking? Well, I guess control S and right clicking are completely different. Selection to active. Selection of grid. It's just the context menu. Yeah, that looked like it had a lot more to it than just compared to this. It's just pie menu sharp. Selection the cursor, keep offset. I gotta change this. I have to change this my mouse cursor. I didn't think this would get in the way, but it is. I gotta make it smaller. I gotta make my notes keep smaller. Hold on. Gotta change the mouse settings. It's at like 3. Okay. I'll put it back to normal when I'm done with the stream. I usually like it, like the cursor being larger, but now I can actually read. It's not blocking anything. Snap selected items to the 3D cursor. Oh, so yeah, I gotta, okay, select the item first. Okay, then I can do that. Cursor to grid. me see. Okay, so it's not actually touching the grid. Cursor to grid. Or not? Wait. I don't quite understand that. Sharp is a typo? Oh, okay. Best way to learn is just to start modeling. Or you could point me to the best tutorial for beginners. Yeah, that'd be nice. You're gonna have to give me the title of whatever tutorial it is. I don't think you can send links. I got a bot that I need to get rid of that like instantly times people out for sending links. I need to change that. I have this I have this though. It's a fundamentals playlist. It is 2.8. I know that there's like 2 other versions of Blender that just released, or not just released, but you know, released. I'm on 4.3. I know there's a 4.4, and then there's something else that I just learned of. What was it called? Like, it was different. It looked different. 4.5 LTS? I'm not sure if I should update my Blender. Full Vulkan support, quality of life improvements. I didn't look at any of this. I just kind of scrolled through it. So I don't know what's different between them. But I'll find out later. I guess this tutorial can still work even though I'm on 4.4. It still teach you the fundamentals regardless. But there's a lot here. Loop cut, bevel, a bunch of terms that I do not understand yet, but I will soon enough. Goes to the Blender Guru. Blender Guru. I think I heard of that name. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm already subbed. Oh no, I'm not. I've seen this thumbnail. I've seen this thumbnail before. Yeah, with this donut. I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen it before. Tutorials playlist. The thumbnail is a 3D modeled Family Guy set. The Griffin House. 83 videos, wow.
This is what the house from Family Guy looks like in 3D software. And before I show you the final realistic images,
I mean, that's the first video of the playlist. How to make the Family Guy house. I think this playlist is ordered oddly. I thought it was going to be like, okay, here's a beginner's guide. Beginner's guide. Oh no, I clicked the, okay. I see now. I wasn't looking. The donut thumbnail video. It's a 4-hour tutorial. 4 hours. I mean, I'll be here anyway. Make the donut in your set.
open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects, game assets.
Okay, so the playlist is completely different. That's its own thing. The donut video is what I need. There's a lot. I'm looking at the timestamps. Download, install, interface navigation, render mode, panning. Wow, there's so much. Parenting objects. Goes into texturing too. Sky texture, kitchen enclosure. Wow, there's a lot more than just donuts. All right.
Starters, this view, this window right here, is your 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90%.
Okay, I'm gonna put this here. Oh no, I'm gonna do this. Or not, wait. I'm trying to join the windows together. I do not have a third monitor to look at the chat. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay. He did an update for the donut tutorial? Oh, wait, so... Well, this one came out July of last year. Let me go look for the recent one then. The updated one. I guess that handles the new version of Blender? I'm just guessing. This might be the updated one then. 4.0 tutorials. It's a lot of donuts. It's a lot of donuts. How to texture in Blender. How to use Eevee. I'll keep looking at the 4-hour one.
90% of your time, because it is the
really 5 hours. It's 4 hours and 55 minutes. Dang. All right. Well, I sat down. I'm prepared to be here for a little bit. Why not?
3D world. So you can see that we have 3 objects here. We've got a camera, we've got a cube, and we've got a lamp. And when we click on it, you can see it's selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here, or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for add. So usually the one you're looking for is... So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here, or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for add. So usually the one you're looking for is underneath mesh. So these are called your primitives, and it's what you use to start something when you're looking to make an object. Like if you're going to make a chair, you might start with a cylinder as the chair leg and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it, it's the monkey. So let's just click the monkey. Why does Blender have a monkey? Well, fun fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like shaders or complexities of scenes. So 3ds Max has the Utah teapot, Houdini has the toy, and I think Pig's head. Blender has the monkey. And it's actually called the Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top left there.
Oh, I was right.
After the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better look at it. And to that we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel. That is called your middle mouse button. If you push that in and then drag around, that is now orbiting. Now,
I don't need to click and hold this.
Okay. Because you realize you don't have a mouse. How are you going to orbit around? First of all, probably a good idea to get a mouse for...
See, okay, so I'm using a mouse and it has the middle button, the middle scroll button, right? I was prepared to use a drawing pad. I have the pen in my hand and I have the pad in front of me, in front of the keyboard. I guess I'll probably use it when I get to sculpting, because I've seen people use Blender and they sculpt 3D models and they use a drawing tablet. So I was wondering when that part would come up. So I guess it comes up in the sculpting. I guess like UI stuff and other miscellaneous things will be mostly handled by just the mouse and keyboard.
3D work, it will come in handy. But in a pinch, you
Yeah,
can get by with
I
it
have the
just by up here in
Wacom.
the top right-hand corner. This little
It's a really small tablet. It doesn't have a screen. That's the one thing I don't like. I can't with the no screen thing. Sooner or later I'll get one with a screen, but for now I just gotta figure it out. It was hard to try to draw in Clip Studio Paint. It's gonna be probably just as difficult to do it in Blender. Can perfectly use it to sculpt. Okay, that's nice. That's good to know. You don't use the screen either. Yeah, I just don't use it often. I don't use this tablet often. So maybe that's why it's hard to like just get into it, cuz I'm not going to be perfect at it on the first few tries.
gray circle anywhere in the gray section. If you just left click drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to edit
Wait, what gray section?
corner, this little gray circle anywhere in the gray section.
Gray circle?
If you just left click drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to edit preferences, and then underneath input, there's emulate 3-button mouse. And that means that if you hold down alt and then left click drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also,
Okay, so you have a variety of ways to rotate. I think the most convenient one might be both the alt and left click, but I do like the scroll button hold. That's very, very convenient.
So whilst you are in user preference, alt and then
So how do you
input,
do the other one
there's
though?
emulate 3-button edit preferences.
Edit preferences.
And then underneath input, there's emulate 3-button mouse. And that means that if you hold down alt and then left click drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in user preferences, you might want to go to interface and you've got resolution scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might do the exact same thing.
Funny.
Also, whilst you are in user preferences, you might drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in user preferences,
where is that? Oh, just regular preferences. Interface.
you might want to go to interface and you've got resolution scale. If you're
okay, so my monitor is it's definitely not 4K. So this doesn't apply to me maybe, but I'm still listen.
on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons are really small and you kind of have to like squint in to see it. So personally, I like to keep my 4K monitor around about 1.5.
Oh, so this is perfect for me. I have an already small monitor. It's not 4K. It's fine. I can see clearly. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting around with the middle mouse button. If we want to zoom in, we can do that just by scrolling in and out. We could also do it by going up to the magnifying glass tool there, and then just left click dragging and then moving the mouse back and forth. That does the same thing. Or you could hold down control and then middle mouse button, and that will do a smooth zoom as well.
Ooh, okay, so that's even better. That is even better. Wait, he said...
Okay, so one thing, all and then middle back and forth, that does the same thing. Or you could hold down control and then middle mouse button, and that will do a smooth zoom.
Say control or alt?
Down control and then
Control.
middle mouse button, and that will...
Why was I doing alt the whole time? Okay. Yeah, plenty of options. This is more for UI scale, like on Windows.
do a smooth zoom as well.
Control M? Control, wait, MM? Oh.
Okay, so one thing you might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this
I guess you
flat,
control middle mouse.
bland gray
Bro,
lighting
I'm bad
over
with
everything.
abbreviations.
And that's because this state
Yeah,
right now
got it.
is called viewport shading. And it's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to view the scene just as you're building it. But if you want to create a final pretty image, that's called rendering. And you can actually switch into rendered mode by going up here into the top right hand corner. You can see we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we go 2 across, you should see rendered view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in, but you can see it's now different.
It is stalling. Wasn't ready for that. Wait. Oh, it's stalling for a little bit. Oh! There we go. I'm like I'm like, hold up, I got a pretty nice computer now. I think I can run Blender. That thing was taking its time. Showed me the crash prompt. I was getting a little scared there. Now I have a good computer now. Maybe it's because I'm not only using Blender, but I got a bunch of other things open. That was that was bad. Material shader, compile, first time only. It definitely looks better now. What's the shortcut to move again? Oh, that's all. I guess I'll just keep doing this until I figure it out. Yeah, it definitely looks smoother now. I don't see like apparent polygons. That's good. What was my CPU usage looking like? Oh, shift middle mouse. Gotcha. Okay, that's way better. Nice. Oh, because there's no light. Okay. That gave me a scare. I wasn't ready for my computer to start acting up when it tried to do all that.
Different. We have directional light. We have shadow cast across the monkey. So it's now...
Oh, wait. My light source is... Where's my light source at? It's somewhere. Hold on. I probably got to bring the monkey up. Oops. Let's bring this monkey up. I forgot where this thing is at. Oh, there it is. It's like barely. How do I widen this again? Is this the light source? Yeah, okay, it is. Adjust light radius. There we go. Okay, did that. Nope. Click and check on screen light and world. I click and check on screen light and world. The light is not on. Because on the video, I think I see some light on the tutorial on the YouTuber's monkey. Mine's doesn't seem like it. Oh, I see. I see the light. Okay, there we go. I just had to get closer. It's like a really dim light. I just couldn't tell. It's there though. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, so it's there. Go to one of the... Go to the other tabs on the top and go to shading. Shading. Oh. Hold on. Okay. It got brighter now. Or is it because, oh, it's back to normal? It's not in viewport. Actually. Just light power. Can I move this thing again? There we go. So in this mode, it's kind of, whoa. The zoom is really slow now. Dag. Okay, there we go. Does the zoom get weaker? Feels like it's getting weaker when the closer I am. Camera focus. There we go. Whoa, this is interesting. Okay. There are so many ways to manipulate things in this. Wow. That's crazy. Do the same thing with the light. Well, I think I had to turn around. Hold on. What was it again? Oh, snap. Wait. Hold on, hold on. It's so slow now. Zooming in is insanely slow now. Okay. I want to go this way. I don't get why it's like this. Because the light source, well, I can just, you know what? I'll just move. Let me move it over here. Green. Okay. Okay, the light source is now in front. I think. Light is point, light NM. Add sun, shift A, lighting sun. Lighting. Okay. This menu you'll use 100% of the time. It is a menu you have all you need here. It's a main shortcut. Oh, light was right there all the time. So light point. Add a light object to the scene. Point omnidirectional point. A light source. Sun constant direction parallel ray light source. Directional cone. An area. I wonder what these are in context to like specific objects. Because he said, like, if you want to make a chair, you start with a cylinder object. These probably have the same thought process, right? Like, I get a sun, obviously, you want to have a sun. You want to have a sun as an object, you make a sun. But like the others, I'm trying to wonder. Trying to think of what that would be used for. Like individual lights and stuff. You can choose base primitive mesh to start modeling. Let me see. Okay, so not my end goal, but one of the goals I have in mind is to make a 3D model. Nothing too advanced, just a low poly model. Something akin to the PS1 era. And I wonder what objects I would use for that. Trying to think. I could look at a tutorial for sculpting in terms of low poly. Isosphere? This looks like what I'm talking about. Wait. Hold on. Let's... Sort of. I mean, it is polygonal. That might be what I want. You can click to modify the light. I didn't think to do that yet. Hold on. There's a drop down for this. That doesn't really change much because I'm on this view. Let me just go back to viewport. Well, not yet. Any depending on what you want to model, you can start from a single point if you need. You add primitive. Where is primitive? Spare. Is it on here? Primitive. Oh, plane shapes, okay. I thought it was like a specific mesh. I was trying to look for it. Okay, got it. Well, I'll look at the rest of the... I don't want to jump the gun. Because there's a tutorial I gotta still look at. But that's good information to learn. This does look like I could probably use it for when I need to do some low poly stuff. I feel like this might be a good start. Whoa. I gotta figure out how to navigate around the objects. I want to like go around quickly. It's hard to do that. Is there a shortcut to like get behind all these objects fast? Because it just feels weird trying to like zoom in. Or even zooming out. I can't even do that right now. Wait, something's wrong. I gotta fix it. The numpad, the delete button? I have a delete button on here. I can... Yeah. Does backspace also delete? No. What about Control X? Okay, Control X doesn't delete, so the actual delete button deletes stuff. I guess I just move it towards me. The numpad keypad? Oh, that delete button with the... I think that probably does the same thing. Oh, it does not do the same thing. I am wrong. Okay, that instantly allows you... That's a great tool. That is really great. So... Wow. Okay, that changes everything. Press 1. Well, I'm glad I have a 100% keyboard. What would I do without this thing? I was thinking of getting like a 75% keyboard. That would not have a numpad on it. There's probably other ways to do it though. I'm sure there's other ways to do these hotkeys. Wow, okay. I'm just gonna click the whole numpad. Let's see what 2 does. Okay, rotations. This is nice. That was 3. 3 does like a 180, I think. No, like a 90 degree. 4. Okay, 4 is rotating on that axis. Okay, so 2 is... Okay, 2 rotates Z. 4 rotates X and Y. 5... What the hell is 5 doing? I have no idea what 5 does, honestly. It's like briefly zooming in and out. Or, no, that's perspective. Wait, what? It's like shifting the camera perspective. Or no. I think it's completely flipping the monkey. Oh yeah, it's flipping the monkey. Okay. Inverts the view? Oh yeah, it is. Orthographic. 9, oh, 9 inverts the view. Oh yeah, okay, quick flip. Okay, 5. Then what does 5 do? Oh, user orthographic perspective. I'm not gonna pretend to know what orthographic means. I'm gonna look that up. Six does... Okay, more rotation. 7. Okay, 7 goes into like bird's eye view. This is a lot to remember. It's a lot of stuff to remember. It's gonna be tough. I would not be surprised if I forget at least half of this. These are some good hotkeys though. These are essential hotkeys. I don't think I could do things quickly without these. Example, if you press 1, you go in front. Pressing 9 will go in back. You can press 9 as if it was 1 as well. 1 only goes into the front. You can't really keep pressing that, but 9, it does both, so that's nice. 3 is right view. Oh, 9 just does the inverse. Okay. That's what 9 does, I think. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, 9 just does the opposite of the previous key you press. So if I press 1, which goes into the front, 9 just goes to the back. 3 does side views, 9 does the opposite and goes to the other side. Okay, that makes sense now. Read top left. Does it have a description if I hover over it? Front. User of the graphic collection, Suzanne. User orthographic, front orthographic, user orthographic, right orthographic. Two and 4 both say user orthographic. It is perspective. Okay, I guessed that, and I was like, without reading top left. That's interesting. Perspective. I can see why you would want to use that in animation specifically. That just looks cool. So that's 5. Okay. Oh, it's okay. 4, 2, 4, 2, 6, and 8 are all in like a diamond shape, and they all have the same classification. They're all user. Okay. It's like a directional pad, basically. If you want to manually do that. Oh, and then this is in perspective. Okay, so 7 is top. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to get it now. I'm starting to understand it now. That's all I needed. All I needed was like a simplification of the user one. The user one didn't make sense until I simplified it to, oh, it's like a diamond directional pad. That's exactly what I needed. That is exactly what I needed. I'm a simplification type of learner. Like, oh, it's basically just this. Alright, that's nice.
Currently being lit by this lamp up here.
Oh, he's still on okay, it's gonna crash. Ooh, it is a one-time thing. It is a one-time thing. That's great. Does it slow down every time I open Blender, or is that truly one time? Like after that, it compiles, and I don't need to It doesn't need to slow down every time I click on what's this called again? Viewport shading.
So if I wanted to,
Only one time?
you know,
That's great.
zoom in on that lamp there and just kind of like move it around, you can see it's kind of hard to focus on. Like it's always exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are sent.
On the same project, it's one time. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So, okay, I'm fine with that. I guess I'm fine with that. My computer can handle it. If I was on my old computer, if I was on my old computer, it would have been blew up. It would have been caught fire, imploded, been destroyed.
On our monkey right now, we need to
So that's
change
cool.
the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we could do that one of two ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift middle mouse click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something else. Okay, so I want to move my light. Click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something else. Okay, so I want to move my light because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you could do it one of two ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner here and you've got the move tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this
Another good key is A. Wait, what? A selects all. Nice. I like the different colors. It lets you know what you actually manually highlighted compared to the ones that get all highlighted. That's cool. And then double tapping A will deselect all. Nice. That's really great. Or is it? Wait, why? Why is the monkey the only one that's like a lighter shade? Is it because I clicked it? Okay, yeah, that's so man. It lets you know what you manually clicked compared to the rest. All right, got it.
gizmo, it's called, with these axes on it. And if I just clicked and dragged on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those axes. I could also just click on that white circle there, and that will just freehand drag it depending on my view. But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to like go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually, most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I've just tapped the key, and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. It's not, my cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen, and I could tap G and it will move it. And at first this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor to something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here.
The girl will teach you.
And you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you could do it one of two ways. You could just hit escape, or you could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move my lamp here and I like the movement, I could just do a single left click. So again, if I want to cancel something, just right click.
It feels jarring though.
Left click. But let's say I wanted to move it along an axis. Like, you know, I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on just a specific axis. Well, I can do that whilst I'm in that grab state as well. So after I've hit the G key to grab it, I can then tap the letter of the axes that I want to move it on. So if you don't know, in the real world and
That
in
is
3D software,
amazing.
there are 3 axes because there's 3 dimensions. There's the X
Let me do
axis,
Z.
which I can move it by hitting the X
That's
key.
great.
The
That's so
Y
great.
axis to move it back and forth along the Y axis with the Y key, or the Z axis to move it up and down on the Z axis. So you can remember those letters, the X, Y, and Z. Or the
That is
method that
fantastic.
I actually prefer to use is, whilst you're in that G state, if you just hold down the middle mouse button and then pull out, you can see you get this like gray line that pulls out from the center. And then if you just drag out and move around, it will snap
That's
it
even
to
better.
the nearest axes, which again is maybe an odd way to work, but it's actually really handy because it means you don't have to think of the letter and locate it on your keyboard. I can just tap G to move it and then middle mouse drag out and then just find that exact axis that I'm looking for. And so it's very
I like
fast
this.
to just quickly move the lamp exactly where I want it. By the way, if you're
I'm gonna
finding
use
it
that a
hard
lot.
to remember all of the keyboard shortcuts that I've mentioned, I've actually put together a PDF, a cheat sheet of Blunder's most common hotkeys, and you can download that by clicking the link in the description, so you could print it out or you could just have it on a separate monitor while you work.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Let me look at the other links. Okay, where's the PDF though? Oh, I found it. It's the Google document. Industry compatible cheat sheet, not mine. Use with permission. I guess he'll explain that later. I won't get into that yet. Donation. Polygon Blender add-on. Is this what I think it is? Maybe not. Hold on, I'm kind of derailing here, but okay, no, it's not what I'm thinking. I hear Polygon, I'm like, wait, you're about to get into like modeling? That's what it is, but I was thinking like low poly. I might have to look at a different tutorial for low poly. How do you can, I know you can import on here, right? File, might be to open. No, that's probably for open project. Import, export, all right, there we go. I am going to put a few images into this. That's what I'm gonna do. Because these are the models that I want. I wonder if I can import. Well, I gotta find the model. I have to find it. Images add menu. Oh, it's not import? Image. Oh, okay. Reference background mesh plane. There we go. I'll add images, and I also think I want to add like reference models that are available. Specifically, I want to see if I can find the Mega Man Legends 3D model, because that's what I'm going to use as a reference. That's what I'm going to use. I'm not sure if that's available. Might not be. But I can still look at images of the 3D model, like this. This is the main thing that I usually think of. All right, one at a time. This is the main thing that I usually think of. This image right here. It's low poly, but it's really expressive on the face. I like it a lot. It's very ahead of its time for PS1, and I want to try to replicate this. So that's why I even opened Blender in the first place. I'm gonna have this image. I'm gonna save this real quick. So that's what I want. That's what I want to try to aim for. You can totally do the shader in Blender. Oh, like like that type of model. I gotta figure that out. I gotta find that. This too. If I want to do full body, something like this is also amazing. And the body proportions, like I said, I'm not gonna do realistic body proportions for the 3D models. It's mainly just gonna be like this. So that's how I want to have it. But it's gonna be a 3D model that replaces this PNG. This PNG avatar that I have, I wanted to replace that with the 3D model. Um, so the full body's not gonna be shown. I still want to make it. I'll still make the full body, but when it's on stream, it's gonna be up to the torso, and that's it. Like it's gonna cut off at like the waist. So I'll see what I can do with that. The cell shader. Oh, it is cell shading. That's amazing. Yeah, like a VTuber. Well, most VTuber models are usually they look 2D. I don't know how to describe it. They don't look fully 3D. They're like 2D, but it has 3D properties. I don't have like a specific word to describe how it looks. I heard rigging is difficult, but a lot of things are difficult. I'll just have to learn it anyway. I'm still gonna have to learn it, but yeah, I heard it's quite the thing. I don't think it'll be too difficult to rig something that's as small as a low poly. Maybe it's probably gonna be like a few bones that I have to add to like the limbs, the eyes, the mouth. Like I want to make different expressions too, so I gotta figure that out. I might animate the hair, so I might have to place bones in the hair, and then like other details I'll think about later, like eyelids, maybe. Like if I'm blinking, if I want like blinking animations, or like specific eye movements, possibly. I don't know. I gotta think about that later. 2 or 3 bones, really? You can go complex as much as you need. Yeah, that's what I want to try to do. Maybe okay. Well, jumping the gun. I should probably just start small with 2 or 3 bones, just to get a a hang on things first, and then later on I can get a little complex. I jump the gun a lot. You'll see that a lot.
Also, if you are from another 3D software package, you might notice that Blender's hotkeys are different than what you are used to. So if you actually go to preferences, just for
Torso, head, mouth. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be animating the arms that much. Yeah. And this this PNG doesn't even have he doesn't even have arms. Or he has arms, but there's no visible hands, just it's in the hoodie pocket. But I could add arms. I don't know what I would use them for. That might be useless. Yeah, that might be completely useless to add arms. I don't see a point in that. So don't animate the arms, I guess. No, there's no need for legs. So my dude can't he can't move his legs. Yeah, it would just be the torso and the head. Yeah, you're right.
those people that are from other softwares, if you change the key map to industry compatible, you'll find that these shortcuts are probably more in line with what you remember from other software. I'll also put a link to a cheat sheet that is just for the industry compatible key maps that somebody else put together. I've got nothing to do with it, but I'll put that link there so you can check it out as well. For the rest of this tutorial series, I'm going to use Blender's hotkeys. Just keep that in mind. Now let's say, as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this looks really good. I've got some nice Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice, pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all noisy, right? We don't like it. The way you take a photo, a pretty image in Blender, is to do a render. So you could do that one of two ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey which says next to it F12. So when you do that, a little window will pop up. It will use your CPU or GPU, depending on which renderer you've got active, and it will render out a pretty image. And from here,
This is taking a while. My CPU is good, but I don't think it's that good. His monkey showed up. Where's mine? Hold on. My monkey is nowhere to be found. What the heck? Oh, do I have to click on the monkey? Hold on. Might have to click on the monkey first. Oh no. Add camera. Oh, that's right. What was that hotkey again? Control. No, G. There we go. And then can I move the camera while it, how do I move the camera while I'm in the perspective? That'll be great if I can figure that out. Press N. Thank you. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Okay, and it's in the menu tabs. View. Check camera to view. Select view and check camera to view. And oh, and view tab. Camera to view. Okay. There we go. Alright, perfect. Alright, if I want to get out of this, I just... Oh, it locks you. Enable view navigation within the camera view. Oh, that's just to uncheck it, okay. Lock to 3D cursor. Three D view center is locked to the cursor's position. Alright. There's my monkey.
here you could go image and then...
You said something else. I forgot to, I didn't get to read it. Wait. You said... Can add the M4 representation, but not move them.
Save as, and they'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might know active, and it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and they'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might notice looking at this that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face, but there is a different view.
I have
And the
12.
reason for that is when
Yeah.
you do a render, it's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0. So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like...
Eh?
So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through...
Select the object and right click. Shade. Smooth. Oh. Oh. Hold on. What did they do to my monkey? I mean, he looks okay. Got smoothened out. And this brings it back to normal. Or back to its original state. Polygon state. What's the difference between regular and auto? Render and display faces smooth using interpolated vertex normals. Add modifier to automatically set the sharpness of mesh edges based on the angle between the neighboring faces. For some reason I kind of like the look of this than the other smooth. I don't know why. This looks a little appealing to me. This will look amazing, like cell shaded as well. Alright, go back to flat. That might be what I want to do. Do auto smooth. Modifier on the left. It's at 30 now. Play with it. The width. Modifier on the left. Wow. Oh man. Okay, the limit is at 180. Huh. I like this. That's cool. The same as on the right. Oh, I do see it. Let's just bring that back to 30. Ignore sharpness. This has a few more options. Manage bake. What we baking? Packed disk. Can't really tell what that did. What does that do? Into the blend file. Store the baked data in a directory on disk. Can sharpen edges. Oh. Sharpen edges if you need. In edit mode, select the edges and right click to set sharp or to make sharp. Okay. On cage, real time, and render. Tap for edit mode. Whoa. Holy shit. This is annotate. Okay, so these are the ones that were already present. Extrude region. Extrude freely along the axis. Shortcut Shift spacebar E. Inset faces. Inset new faces into selected faces. Shift spacebar I. Bevel. I've heard of that before. I just never knew what it meant. Bevel, cut into selected items at an angle to create bevel or chamfer. I don't know how to pronounce that. Shift spacebar Control B. It's a lot of keys. Loop cut. Cut the mesh loop and slide it. I'm reading these and not fully understanding them, but I'll probably get it when I do some hands-on stuff with it. Yeah, my cat wants to leave real quick. Hold on. Go. Let's go. Let's go. He did not want to leave. All right. One is vertex, 2 is edge, and 3 is face. Whoa, 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 whoa. You can individually select. Okay. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay. That's nice though. Man, there's so much. Do you mean numpad or? No, it can't be numpad. I see it. I see it. Oh, it's up top. Select. Okay, I see it. I see it. Vertex, edge, face select. All right. Vertex selection mode. Not sure what these really do.
Hello there.
Thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. There's like little nodes or like points for the vertex. Then the points go away for edge. Vert is a point where the edges meet. It's just 2 points connected with a line. Face is 4 points with 4 lines. Okay, so where the edges meet. Vert is a point. So if I select these, got it, okay. Okay, I get it. Now I just need to understand what would happen when I manipulate them. If I can do that. Or just, I think it's only a selection tool. That's what it seems like. Okay. The face is 4 points with 4 lines. Or edges, that's called a mesh. Triangle is 3 points with 3 edges. Left click to select. Select, press G to move. Ooh. Oh my god. I'm doing things. That's nice. Oh, snap. This monkey is getting transmutated, changing its entire cranial structure. Oh, we're doing things. This is not. Oh! Its face is impelling itself. I'm doing things. Oh man. What the hell? That's great. That's really. Oh, no. Now you can model press E. Wait, what? It kind of like took the line and turned it into its own face. So when you click on a line and press E, it makes its own face. That's interesting. Does it? Hold on. That's. Let me click a face and try that. Huh. I think. Or his skull just caves in. Oh man. It's like fully coolly. Look at him. Look at this ape. Well, okay, that's not fully coolly. I would need to be in the middle. Object mode. Oh, it's E but on the face. And it's extrude. Okay. That was okay. That was for the line. I Haven't tried. So E and G kind of work very similar though. What is this doing? Yeah, actually no, not really. Wait, what? What is this? What happened to him? I was on Kako 9. I'm doing alright. I'm trying to learn Blender. So far, I'm doing pretty good. I'm having quite a good understanding of some of the stuff. Just need to I need to remember it for tomorrow because I know for sure I'm going to forget some stuff. So I just need to keep doing constant practice, loading this application up frequently. You just added a new point. You extruded the vertex. Okay. Let's see what I can do with that then. What if I connect the dots? Perhaps? Oh. Is that a thing? Oh, perspective. I forgot depth perception exists. Uh, there we go. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what this is. Points are weird. I gotta figure these out. Yeah, points are strange. Let me just pretend this doesn't exist. There we go. To do this, you need to snap. And just practice navigation. Select them and press F. Oh wait, how do you undo? How do you undo? Whoa. Control Z. Or no, redo. Is there a redo button? Shift Control Z. Oh, I can't. Alright, I'll just make it again. Quick tip, if you want to make things more smooth, you can get off edit mode and select EG. Oh, select example, the monkey. Press Control plus from 1 to 6. The higher the number, the better it looks. And shade smooth too. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta get off edit mode. How do I get off that? Just click tab again. There we go. Oh yeah. I kind of like well, let me go back to edit mode. I kind of like the auto feature, especially if I'm gonna do low poly. So when I get into that, I'm probably gonna use this more often. I don't care about smoothness. I'm not gonna pay attention to smoothness yet because my main focus is to try to figure out how to make a low poly model. I just want to make PlayStation 1 models. That's all I want to do right now. But later on, I will pay attention to that when I get into like more complex stuff. Cause like in the far future, I'm thinking of making. I do want to make stuff like that where it's really smooth. 3D models with cell shading are really nice. Examples I could think of: Wind Waker has some good ones. A lot of the a lot of the recent Arc System Works games have really nice cell shading to the point where it just looks like it's 2D, like Guilty Gear, the Dragon Ball Fighters. So that's a thing that I want to do later on. But right now, just trying to focus on just low poly. Let me see. Go back into tab. Object mode control plus 123. Add subdivide modifier. I've heard of the term subdivide. That was when this one um, Blender user and also like Unreal Engine, I think. The what was it? It was when they ported Dragon Ball Fighters from PS4 to PS5, and this user, he had a problem, like an issue where they subdivided they subdivided all the models wrong. I don't really know the specifics, but like they just did not look good. Like certain the shadows were off, certain shading was off. Like it didn't look good. Like visually it was an inferior port. I gotta find it again. It was a while back when that game got ported to PS5. Control 123. We'll add subdivide modifier. Control 1 2. Okay. Can sharpen it with marking sharp. Marking sharp. What did I just do? Eh? Wait, I don't know what I did. Move on though. This is called subdivision surface, by the way. You can click the X if you want to cancel. That is, I'm not certain where the X is. I guess I'll just stay on it for now. Subdivide is a type of modeling technique. 0 is no subdivide. Select edge. If you want to apply, you can look in the subdivision modifier, and there's an arrow. In the subdivision modifier. Hold on. What happened to... Oh, subdivide. Ooh. See, I think this is what they did when they ported it to PS5. I think they just did this. They just subdivided all the 3D models and then just like put it in the port. I think that's exactly what they did, and then it did not end up looking good. They might have changed it. I don't know. I wasn't updated on that. Bevel verticals. Right click it and then mark sharp. Right click. Mark sharp. Where is that? I don't see it. Am I on the wrong? I'm kind of lost, I'm not gonna lie. Only when edges are selected. I think press 2, go to edge. Oh, when edges are selected. Okay. So that does... I don't know what that does. Let me just mess around with it. Okay, I clicked E. And it's rounded. So that's what happens when you click E. Huh. Okay. Go to edge now with auto smooth. It's rounded because the subdivision moves with it. It will smooth some and will keep the sharp edges sharp. You have check ignore. So I don't need that. What did the diamond do? Animate property. I'll leave that alone for now. Keeps them sharp. Recommend Blender's good. I was just watching. The 4 hour, 5 hour tutorial. I stopped for a little bit, kind of derailed because I got interested in looking at all this stuff. I think I'm probably ahead of that tutorial now. Blender Gurus is gonna get to this part. I'm gonna be like, oh wait, I already did this. Yeah, let me continue watching it though.
The camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad.
Wait. I want to get out of... Okay, I'm out of that mode. Bring it back to flat. Is it in flat? What happened? Ooh. I thought it was gonna turn back into like the polygons. Gotta remove the subdivisions. Okay, that's right. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that before I give up and look at chat. That is... I already forgot. Crazy. It's on the right side. Oh, there it is. Modifier. That's the X. He was like, yeah, just click on the X. In my poor vision, with my poor vision, I could not find the X, so I just ignored it. I'm like, I'll find it later. There it was. It was right there the whole time.
Add 0.
All right, anyway.
So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it, and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out, and then if you want to like move it along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got your camera selected, which by the way, I haven't mentioned this, but up here, this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory of every item that you've got in your scene. Okay, so with the
Where's my camera? Where's my well, I know it's right here. Where's the thing? Nope. The icon is gone. I don't see it anymore. Or am I also, is this another case of bad vision? It's definitely gone though. It used to be like on this side. Do I gotta get rid of this menu? Need to go now, good luck again. Thanks for tuning into this and give me a lot of good advice. Like, that was really helpful. I need to remember a lot of it, so I'll go back on my own time when I'm not even like going live. I'll go into Blender and figure some more stuff out. You want to snap your viewpoint cam to the camera press 0 on your numpad? Thank you. Because that might. Okay. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to figure out how to do that. But also the camera is missing. The camera icon is missing. I guess I'll worry about that later. Okay, shift to move it. Middle mouse. Okay.
camera there selected, if I hit N, N is to bring up the properties, N for properties for whatever reason, and then go to
N and not
view.
P.
There's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now,
Yep.
with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that. And then now as I pull out, you can see that the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I could do a lovely, pretty render. But this is too simple. If we post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us. Well, we could give it some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over to here to the properties. So this properties section is where you might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%. I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend
Wow. All right, color.
the properties. So this properties section is where you might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%. I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend another 5% of your time in this section. But
Can't wait for your donut. Have a Discord send a donut. Oh yeah, yeah. What is my Discord? That's crazy. Yo, Streamlabs is listening. What the hell? My Discord's right there. I didn't even type that. That was completely Streamlabs. Streamlabs is listening.
it's where all of the properties for things are in Blender. So for example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears, but instead I have some other ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material, and this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new.
Material. Join where she send a donut. That is a great question because I have not made anything for my server. You can send it. Do I have an art? I have an art. Yeah, I have an art thing. You can send it in an art share. Yeah. I think, I guess. Why don't I have a 3D? Let me make a 3D one. It will be. It's forum. I don't know. I forgot how forums work. 3D art. Yeah. I guess there. Art share, pixel art, 3D art. Nah, let me delete this channel. I'll delete that. I'll just make a regular text one. I think forums are good though, because forums you can navigate that easier. But for now, I'll just make a regular text version. I don't know why I didn't add this until now. There we go. Alright, so 3D art, pixel art, animation, and then help and practice. Maybe make a creations channel? Oh, like more than just art? I should change the category. It should be like creative. That's a good idea. So it can be beyond art, yeah. Like music and stuff. Or anything else. Let me see. Edit category. I'll call it creative corner. Alright, there we go. Then I'll add the other stuff later. Ooh. Wow, that's cell shading? Dude, that looks awesome. And the background too? Hold on. Wait. No, this is nice. Oh, what? How's it going, Alex? Welcome in, welcome in. What's my uptime? 2 hours? Dang. Wait, okay, my uptime is 2 hours, and I'm 13 minutes into the tutorial. This is a 5-hour video. I'll get to it. Really going through with that VTuber thing? I am. It's gonna look amazing, bro. I'm telling you, it's going to look good. It's going to look good. That's what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for the PS1 model. Think of your favorite low poly character, video game character, whatever. It might look like that. Specifically, I need reference images. Specifically, Mega Man Legends. It's gonna look like this. I'm gonna try to have it look like this. Waiting to see the Catboy avatar? I don't know about that. If I can do a what's it called? If I can do like a Yume Nigi style avatar, I will do that. I would make Urotsuki. I would make Urotsuki in this. Oh, okay. Speaking of, hold on. One moment. I made it black for a reason. I gotta change that. I can't just have it have everything go dark all of a sudden. I'm gonna shift this real quick. and then change it back. Look, look at her. Look at her. I wanted to showcase this earlier, but I couldn't because it was getting in the way of me trying to read stuff on Blender. But look at her. And there's different modes. So there's that. I forgot what effect that's called. There's, hold on. You got this. This is really nice. This is not mine, by the way. I bought this off of an artist on their coffee page. This isn't mine. And when you go to resize a window, it's the witch. Like, this is amazing. I love this. All right, a little derailing, I'm sorry, but I had to show that because it's an awesome cursor. I like it. All right, Kako. I'll see you. Thank you also for the great help. And that donut is amazing. I'm gonna try to. I need to figure out how to cell shade. That looks crazy. If you didn't say this was 3D, I would have thought it was like a 2D drawing or something. That's so sick. Yeah, this is great, man. It's rendering. I gotta learn, man, because this is great work. Like, this is like, wow. It's like reflective too. But yeah. All right. Will it be high res or low poly? I haven't thought about that. Maybe both. Maybe I'll make two different versions for separate occasions. That would be nice, actually. Depending on the game that I play, like if I'm playing like an old retro game, I'll put on the low poly. If I'm playing something a little more modern, I'll put on the high res. That might be good. It might be good. Like the cell shading will look really different. I could do that. That's an idea. All right. Water. My cat is crying. I gotta feed him. It's around that time. BRB. Okay. Speaking of cats, my cat gave birth again. She may be a cat, but she's one hell of a female dog. That is gata. That is not gatu. That is gata. I went to get a snack myself. Took a little long. Cats give birth to a lot of kittens. It's crazy. What are you gonna do with all those kittens? You gotta give them up. Somebody's gotta take them, unless you really want all those kittens, and you take care of all of them. Tyser uploaded their newest re-ammo trailer. That last week, it looks amazing. The subreddit particularly blew up overnight. How have I not known about this? I recently bought Little Nightmares 2. It was on sale for, I forgot how much, like some single digit number, but I bought it. So I have 1 and 2 now. Gotta play those, and then I'll be ready for 3. Six? Insane amount. that's one too many. Take a little snack break. Six is 6 too many, bro. I know you're not keeping them. I know you're not keeping them. You're definitely giving them to like a family member or a friend, or just up for a general adoption to somebody. Not keeping all 6 of those cats. I would not. I already had 6 other cats. They're 12 now? Oh my goodness. Wow. Wait, so you do take care of a lot of cats then, so maybe you won't give them up. I think I would. It's already a lot taking care of 1 cat. Taking care of kittens. Okay. Taking care of a cat is one thing. Taking care of a kitten? Bro. Bro. That is a task. That is a Herculean task, bro. Take care of a kitten? A cat's easy. They know they're, like, once they're a cat, like, around, like, a couple of months. Like, my cat first got him at, like, 6 months. There wasn't anything I needed to do specifically compared to caring for a kitten. So he was good. He was good. You know how to use a litter box, did all that. And he wasn't independent either. And he was a scaredy cat. Scaredy cats are the best because they don't wall out. They don't have orange cat behaviors. If they're a scaredy cat, that is perfect. And that's what he is. Had her sewn up by now, if it was so expensive in Romania. Wait, sewn up? I don't know what that means. Good thing is that they all love me. Walk outside and run up to me like a little riot. Ah, man, that reminds me. Man, I'm thinking of Cat Island. Japan has Cat Island. And that's what you just reminded me of. And that one video of that dude getting ambushed by all those kittens. How did that even occur? Where did those kittens come from? Where did they come from, bro? Out the woodwork. Out of the woodwork. I'm still eating. Hold on. They do have cafe. They have a cafe for damn near anything. I would not be surprised at the stuff that they have. Like, I'm doing the Google search. I'm doing the Google search. I'm typing all Japanese cafe types, because you're gonna find some crazy ones. You're gonna find some, I think there's a cat, dog. There's like another animal that was like, wow, they have a cafe for those. I'm trying to find the craziest ones though. There's a manga cafe. They got those as well. It was like something super like absurd. I was like, there's a cafe for that? What? I was questioning, like, people go to that? No, I can't find it. I don't think there's no list of like the weirdest cafe types. Manga cafe. Are these listed and ranked? Nah, they don't do that. Manga cafe, business cafe. Oh, like a general. Okay, that's not surprising. Never mind. That's normal, I think. Maid cafes. They love their maid cafes. Cafe, community cafe, where the elderly gather and talk with others in their neighborhood. That's nice. Butler cafe. That's right. Hold on. This is not words coming out of my mouth. This is from the website. That's right. Pretty boys serve you tea. Only makes sense. Vampire cafe. I guess these are real. If you want to play it in chronological order, I suggest starting with 2 and then 1. I might do that. I usually like to play release order, but maybe I'll do according to the timeline. Alice in Wonderland Cafe? Do you take LSD with your tea? Who is this article? Me? Okay. Kawaii Monster Cafe. Like, some of these just don't sound real, but I'm sure they are. Rabbit Cafe. Peter Rabbit Cafe. Dog Cafe. I would go to an Owl Cafe. Owl Cafe sounds cool. And the Bird Cafe. These two, I would go to. I wouldn't mind these. Soineya Cafe. I don't know what that means. Literally a sleep together cafe, also known as the Cuddling Cafe. Pick your almost non. What? And sleep with her for 10 an hour. Sicko. Who wrote this? Who the hell wrote this? Granny Cafe? Granny Cafe? Oh my god. Reptile Cat. I think this is it. I think this is what I read somewhere, or I saw a video. It was like a bunch of reptiles in the cafe, and I was like, what the hell? Really? They got those? Dude, a Granny Cafe? Just all grannies? For those who want a more refined mom cafe experience, okay. Gothic cafe? Spouse cafe? You literally buy a wife or a husband for the night. That's gotta be some form of... That's adultery, bro. Gundam cafe? Ooh! I am there. What? Moomin cafe? There's a link? I know these exist, but I forgot they have a cafe for Moomin. Yeah! Wow! Okay. So many cafes, meanwhile Japan's the lowest in coffee drinkers? Wow. I wonder what Korea is like, cause Korea has coffee shops and cafes literally on every corner. From what I've seen, they have cafes on every corner of a block. So it might be like that in Korea. Sakura Gaoka. Goat Cafe. Okay. I'm not really a goat fan, but that's interesting. On antique furniture. Oh, these are real because the Gundam Cafe sounds fire. The Moomin and Gundam cafes? Dude. Wow. They have foam art of Shard. They have foam art of Shard. Jazz Cafe. I would go to that too. I would go to that as well. That sounds amazing. Chocolate Kit Kat, karaoke, cinnamon roll. That sounds good. Treehouse Cafe. Good Tama, a kawaii food place that is a very like vague description. Hammock Cafe, Hello Kitty. I'm not surprised at that one. My Little Pony. Oh. Capybara. That's right. Okay, this might be another one that I remember. Capybaras. I want to pet a capybara. I heard they're extremely heavy. Also. Dude, where are they? They're not even here. It's just plushies. Just capybara plushies, bro. Mario Bros. Cafe? Is that the Universal? That's at Universal, Japan? Or that's like a separate thing? You know what I'm surprised at? Ghibli doesn't have a cafe? Did I miss that on here? On this list? Ghibli has their own like theme park or something, right? I'm surprised they don't have a cafe. Ninja restaurant, Ojipan. What's Ojipan mean again? Cute little bear cafe. Shirokuma. Similar to Ojipan. It's a polar bear and panda and sloth cafe. Peanut Snoopy Cafe? I'm there. I'm there. Are you kidding me? Dude, it's Moomin and Peanuts. I'm crazy for. And they got a cafe for both of them in Japan? That's an instant like pom pudding. I don't know what that means. Totoro. Oh, this is a jib. Wait. No, I'm wrong. That's not Ghibli Totoro. Similar to the Owl Cafe, but the owls without actual owls, only cute figurines. Okay. And the list. The cross-dressing cafe. All right, I'm done with my sandwich. Cross-dressing cafe though, what kind of cross-dressing are we talking about? It determines whether I'm interested or not. I don't know. I'm sure that's real. I'm sure they have a cross-dressing cafe. You know what they do have? And there's a Twitch channel for it too. Go look up Muscle Girls right now. Go look up Muscle Girls on Twitch. That exists. I think instead of coffee, they sell like protein shakes or something. And for $5 or something, I forgot how much yen it costs. They slap you. That is crazy. If it's just girls wearing cargos, they have like tank tops on, and they're showing their biceps and stuff. And for a couple of yen, for like a couple thousand yen, you get to get your face smacked by one of the employees there. People do it. That's their thing. You know, some people have a thing. That's their thing. All right. What a crazy derail. It's time to get back to learning Blender.
Material, and this will enable us to add a material.
What am I doing?
To something else, essentially. So underneath here,
I'm following this tutorial. Well, before I was eating a sandwich, but for the stream, I was trying to learn Blender, and I'm following this tutorial that a good chat member sent. And I heard of this account's name before. I gotta subscribe. 3 mil. Oh my goodness. I've heard of this channel. I put it off for the longest because I was being a lazy individual. But now I'm finally streaming this. I'm streaming this in the first place because I need to sit down and do something. I feel like when I'm streaming something, I can actually get stuff done. Sort of. I thought if I go live with this, I can probably not procrastinate, and I got pretty far in learning some of this stuff. Follows Essence 2? How, like, that's crazy, because he has 3 mil, so he's clearly well known, and I had no idea that the sort of resources existed. I know this video was out there like that, but I've heard of his name before. Just kind of forgot over time.
where it's got new, I'm just going to hit.
But this is damn near a 5-hour video, and I've gotten through 13 minutes, almost 14, and the uptime is almost at 3 hours, because I was kind of just like, I was kind of messing around, doing my own thing in Blender, and pausing frequently. So I'm gonna have to take this video, save it, and then come back with like a a learning Blender part 2 and part 3 or something. But after that, I think I might be able to be confident enough to start sculpting. So we'll see how that goes.
New. And then you've got a bunch of options. Very confused. Ooh, IOR, subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to no. Change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options. Very confused. Ooh, IOR.
Where? He said hit new. Oh, just the plus symbol? Where did he hit new at? Shapes or, I guess, vertex? No.
And then you've got essentially. So underneath here.
Where's new at? Am I blind? Is this another blind moment happening in real time?
Here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. But instead I have some other
Color attributes? Wait.
ones that appear. So
Was trying to learn how to rig and animate Minecraft characters, didn't succeed, but it was something. It's a learning experience though. Maybe next time you get back into it, you know how to go into things. I heard rigging is difficult. Well, depending on what you're rigging. I'm rigging a model for streaming, so I don't need to. I realized, like, okay, I don't need to animate the legs unless I. There's one Twitch streamer who animated their whole entire character model, legs and all, because they made their own game just for streaming, and that's kind of sick. But that's not what I'm gonna do. I'm not a programmer, so and I don't think I want to do that anyway. It's cool though, but don't need the legs to be animated, and I probably don't need animated arms and hands. I think I'll think about it later, but for now probably not. Just the torso and the head, and that's it. Torso, head, maybe the eyes, probably, and that's pretty much it. But I forgot you can. So a Minecraft character, because you can export. Can't you export models from that game and then you can just rig them and put them in other stuff? Or, huh? I've seen people like make custom animations and then put them into Minecraft, like custom crouch animations, custom like walking and running. I've seen that. That's really interesting. I know I know Rubber Ross does a lot with the Minecraft animation. I've seen like one clip. To be fair, you just need to rig the neck and the head. It's like 90%. Yeah, I gotta figure out how VTubers actually even how that works, because they use a webcam, right? I have a webcam, but it's ass. That's for first and foremost. I'm not sure if I need a good webcam to capture myself, and then that translates onto the 3D model. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work. And I wanted to capture. I want the 3D model to have multiple facial expressions, because this dude, if I could find it, this little dude is an emotionless creature. He has one facial expression, and that's it. And for the most part, that's how I usually look in real life. I'm not, no exaggeration at that at all. I usually just have this deadpan look. But I still want different I still want different facial expressions. So I gotta figure that out too. Maybe like through hotkeys. I know some people use hotkeys on their 3D models to make different facial expressions like happy, angry, sad. They might do it through like a stream deck or something, or like just through the function keys. Or I think some people even program their model to they might program their model to recognize through the camera their facial expression. I think that's cool. I gotta figure out if I could do that, but that might be a lot. That might be too complex. Do the sad SpongeBob painting face. I know what you're talking about. Not gonna be that sad. Maybe like you know how Giorno from JoJo's Part 5 doesn't cry at all, no tears or nothing, but when he does look sad, it's like anguish. Probably like a facial expression like that. Like damn, like no tears and nothing. He's just like distraught. Something like that, perhaps. For the Minecraft thing, most people use Blockbench. You know, I downloaded Blockbench on my old hard drive. I checked it. I was like, what the hell is this? Is this a virus? And then I deleted it because I didn't know what it was. I just downloaded it for funsies, not knowing what the program was. For creating models and animations, what I was trying to do is a little different, which is why I was using Blender. Huh. What was that then? Because I know, like, if you want to go beyond and do something more complex, that it takes you to Blender, and it must have been something you couldn't normally do in Blockbench. All right. I keep making this guy disappear because I'm too afraid that the stream is gonna crash. The Deltarune streams. Oh man, I love and hate them. Not the game, but just the streams, because it would constantly crash, like over and over again. Those are some sad times.
One that we might want to change is underneath material, and this will
Oh, okay.
enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options, very confusing. Ooh, IOR.
That took a while.
Subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to all of that later on.
He's like, yo, there's a lot. There's a lot here. Just, don't worry about it for now. I'll check them out real quick. Random walk. Christensen Burley? I'm gonna just read them. I'm not gonna click on them because I feel like I'm not gonna be able to figure out how to go back. Specular, transmission, coat, sheen, emission, thin film. Is this what I think it's for? Is this for shading? Wanted to animate short videos, always loved the Minecraft animations growing up. Now I wanted to do something myself. Dude, if that passion or that feeling that you want to do that is still there, if it's still present, then I'd recommend going for it.
The one that defines the
Displacement, thickness, pass index. Blockbench isn't built for minute-long animations. Oh, okay. Alright, that makes sense then. Blender has a lot. I was talking to... I forgot who I was talking to. But I know Unreal Engine 5 has its own 3D modeling thing. I'm not sure how it works though. But I presume you can import things over from Blender into it, so I shouldn't be worried about that. That's if I want to use Unreal. I don't know. I want to use different game engines in the future. Uh, that's another topic though.
Color is the base color. So if I do a single left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could make it an odd, creepy, skin-toned monkey head, right? Like that. And do a render. Okay, so hey, all right, it's better, but still it's too simple. I think people will think we haven't put enough effort into this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want
What?
to add another object, how do we do it? Well, we could go to the add menu, like I mentioned before, or the hotkey Shift A. So what sort of hat do we want to add? We could do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with a cone. So once we've added that object, you can see it's just plopped it straight in the center, intersecting out.
Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell is this thing? Yeah, I want you. Oh, this is weird. Let me just do this manually. Camera? Okay. No? Yes? Zero, 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 zero. I was trying to like remember what the hell. There we go. Alright, I'll go back to that in a minute. I just need to manually plop this on his head. Oh. Where are your arrows, buddy? They're gone. They're gone for all the objects. The hell? Am I in edit mode? No. Or do I need to be in edit mode? No. How? What is happening? There's supposed to be arrows when you click it, so I can move it. I guess I'll just keep using G. I guess I'll just keep using G then. This is gonna look poor, trying to like get it to properly go on his head. Okay. Let's do this. Select all. G, and there we go. Will need to be perfect, it's just a monkey. Party hat adorned. Oh shit. There we go. Looks so stupid. Alright. I guess something you selected in the upper bar is probably why. We don't have the arrows. Probably. I can't find it. Every time when I look at this upper section, or just the right side of the screen in general, my mind just throws up. Yeah, like brain is gone right now. trying to navigate this. Monkey with a dunce hat. That's exactly what that is. I mean, he's rocking it. Can't really throw shade. He's rocking it. I don't know. Okay, he's a little too smooth. Or maybe I need the light source. Oh, it's the backlighting. That's why it looks so ominous. I'm like, my dude, are you okay? Is this ape okay, bro? Alright, there we go. No, that did not make it better. Okay, I thought the light was going to make the face more apparent. It did not. Might have to. I gotta expand the ray? If I do, I forgot how to do that. Okay, sun. Radius. I gotta look for the radius. Shadow angle, strength, color. Oh, different color light. I'll leave it alone for now. But on the video, I don't know what happened to make the monkey look like this, but on the video, the face is more detailed.
A monkey. So we need to move it. We can move it and we can grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there.
I don't know why my
monkey
looks like
freehand
that.
though, because I like the position, but I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit
Like his facial details are just gone.
Axis. Right, I like it there. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left.
Okay, maybe if I figure it out. Okay, let's probably not leave it alone. Let's go back to what point? Power. Oh, there we go. All right, okay. It's a lot of light. We'll put it at like 40. Because I was like, this dude has no face. I need to give him a face. Oh, there is some sort of like radius. I see it now. So the radius is just not far enough. I need to figure out how to make it that way. Because the light's only gonna bring out the detail on the monkey if it's close enough. But I don't know how to. Oh, it was right in front of my blind moment number 78. There we go. All right, the radius is huge now. Okay, the monkey. This monkey should be lit up right now. What's happening? Monkey? Oh shit. Whoa. There we go. That's weird. Okay, changing the radius didn't change anything. I thought it would. Whatever.
Click. Okay, great. But too big. See, need to learn another tool, which is scale. So we could go to the scale tool there, and then we get this familiar.
Yeah, the arrows don't pop up. Okay, tutorial, Guru. Guru clicks his scale, and the circle and the arrows pop up. That's not working for me though. Why is that? I'll look it up. Press Shift C. Whoa. Is that what I wanted? I don't think that's what I wanted. Select the moves tool. Ensure the move tool is selected in the sidebar. Show gizmos. Where? Gizmos button. It's like watching an AI learning how to act. Dude, monkey with a dunce hat, bro. I just want this back. I don't know what a gizmo is. Show gizmo in a 3D viewport header. I need help, bro. Click and okay. Find and click the Show Gizmos button. This button has options showing or hiding gizmos like move, rotate, scale. .3D viewport header. Where is that at? Layout modeling, sculpting, UV. I don't see it. Viewport. Nope. Gizmo? Not that either. Control plus? That did nothing. What do you mean control plus? That just zooms in. Oh. Prune dumplings? Never heard of prune dumplings. Alright, you accept those prune dumplings then. Guess you can't say no to that. Where did my arrows go, bro? They just abandoned me. I gotta look at another YouTube video.
Where this is useful, particularly origin cursor, is that we can now control the origin point and put this in an exact point.
Okay, that was what, Control Shift? There we go.
So if we want to have the origin point in this
Romanian
spot
cuisine.
right there, in this exact point, what we can do is we can
See
hit
what we do for Christmas.
Shift and S.
The
This brings
pig
up
skin.
the radial menu for the 3D cursor. So what we can now do is we can do cursor to active, which puts the 3D cursor to what's currently selected.
Pig skin.
Now you can see we have the 3D cursor right there. We can move it here, Shift S, cursor to active.
Did that work? Wait. Nope. Okay.
And so on. Really useful stuff. And then we can go into object mode and we can hold down Control Alt X, and then we can do origin to cursor, and that moves the origin point.
I'm so sad right now. I don't know why it's not working.
Point X, and then we can do origin to cursor, and that moves. The origin point one here. Or
This video is not answering my question, so I gotta move on. I found it.
Rule number 1, don't panic. Rule number 2,
Oh shit. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. That's exactly what I'm doing. It's the delivery in his voice. The delivery in his voice kind of got to me. He's like, rule number 1, don't panic. Yeah, I know you're panicking, bro. I see you.
don't talk about Fight Club. Rule number 3, if you're
What?
trying to reset Blender's cursor, we call this centering the cursor.
better be the
in
right
the
one.
world of computer graphics. And if you want to sound like a 3D generalist, you don't say reset the cursor, you say center it. And you do that by hitting Shift C. Look at that right there.
I know that. I know that. That's not what I. This is better. Wow. Okay. Wait, I already know this. I know this.
Here, you see that happen? So let's go into front view right here. Center in front view. Let's go into side view. Also centered in side view. And let's go to top view with numpad 7. And we have a centered cursor. I don't need to move it again, but I can. Look, I'll move it again just in case. Now it's way out here. That's nuts. No problem. Shift C. Okay, C. as in
Why is Bob
Charlie,
Ross narrating
Charlie,
3D model
Charlie.
voice?
C as in Charlie. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay? Man, you got this, okay? You're going to do great. Keep going. Keep just like you're running a marathon, all right? It's not a sprint. It's a marathon, and you're doing great. Keep putting one foot in front of the other until you finish that GD race, and then you know what? Sign up for another one.
This
'cause you're
narration
never
is great.
done learning. Hashtag Asimov, okay? Now you know this. Now you just leveled up a little bit. You learned something for the day. Outstanding. Now get out there and keep making what you're making. I'll see you in the next one.
That also did not answer my question. The arrows of axes disappear. Axes, arrows, not showing.
Have you ever wondered why you can see the X and Y axes by default, but not the Z axis? In the
I
upper
can't
right corner
see
of the
all
main
30.
window, look for the icon with the 2 overlapping circles.
Hold on. Hold. This is probably the simplest fix ever. I'm too stupid to Blender right now.
This is the Show Overlays button.
Okay.
Firstly, make sure it's turned on.
Yep.
Click on the arrow next to it.
Yep.
Axes. and turn on Z. Problem solved.
Um,
I hope that helps.
let's check.
Catch you later.
No. It did not work. Why? Why is my camera so far out? I'm messing up gravely. This is bad. I forgot to zoom into this. Where's my... Oh, this is rough. Oh, this is rough. There we go. Where am I? Why is the zoom so slow now? Alright, control plus. Control plus. Not working. I'm losing it right now. I am losing it right now, dude. What even happened? Alright, first off, camera. Why are you so far back? Okay, there we go. Good. I guess I just gotta... Upper left corner, there's an arrow option. Try clicking it. Well, this is just to select. The arrows don't show up for that. The arrows are supposed to show up for move. I mean, I guess I don't need the arrows. I can just use the G key. They, like... Whoops. I can use the G key. Because they show up on that. They show up here. But I still want it present. Just 'cause. I don't know why it's gone. It's just a weird thing. What? Did the camera send me back? I get the most frustrated at stuff when I know it's probably like the easiest fix ever. I'm just not aware. Because I don't have the know-how yet. Like I will, but at the moment I don't. And the eureka moments are not hitting me right now. So I just gotta like deal with this. Deal with not knowing. The camera is back. What the? What? Why are you so... I feel like when I'm in front of the camera, it's impossible to zoom in fast. Like, let me see. Or like, I gotta be like right in front of it, but for sometimes, depending on where I'm positioned, I can't zoom in fast. And it's weird. Like right here. For some reason, I can't keep zooming in. I'm scrolling and scrolling, and it will not let me zoom in any further. I just find that strange. And now I can't zoom. Like, what is that? I don't understand why it does that. So that's one thing I gotta figure out. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't get why it just stops. It does a full stop when I try to keep zooming in. It's the weirdest thing ever. I don't understand that. Is it because there's stuff in the way? Like, do I need to get rid of the... Alright. Let's have... Yeah, like, move the light. Okay, so it's not because of the light. It's something. Something that I'm not aware of. It's like some weird collision going on. Where it's like, nope, you reached the end. You can't zoom in any further. Then I can't even like shift it. I'm pressing shift and trying to like... Strange. Like I've never seen anything like this. Why can't I see the monkey though? That's weird. There we go. Oh, is it because I had camera to view on? That might have been it. Let me see. That might have been it. That might be the answer. Nope. That's not it either. Alright, well. Whatever. We got some stuff handled. I turned on the Z-axis. That was by... I click this. So that's on now. They're just gone. They do not appear anymore. .3D cursor? Wait, is this it? No, that's just the location. I don't think I'm ever going to find it. Orientation? This might be it. I guess this is the phase I gotta keep messing around with stuff. Global. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just use G key.
Little axes there, but again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is
It
just
sucks, though.
S. So S to scale. So resizing that. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's move it down again. So G and Z. Okay. All right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z. Whoops. S, Z. There we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha! Look at that. A very bland party if it's gray. So let's give it another material. An exciting, yeah, let's move this scale tool there, and then we get this familiar little axes there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S to scale. So resizing that.
Having some kind of error? Really? Wait, you're talking about the stream or you're referring to the arrows? I guess you're talking about the arrows because the stream looks good. Let me just check. Yeah, stream is good. Yeah, it's just it might be, I don't know. I think I'm not figuring something out. It's something I don't know. Something I just don't know yet.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let's move it down again. So G and Z. Okay. All right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z. Whoops. S, Z. There we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha! Look at that. A very bland party if it's gray there. So let's give it another material. An exciting color. A vibrant aqua color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position. So let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera. And rather than dabbling with that little thing I had before, I'm going to hit G and then middle mouse. Just tap it once.
Oh shit. I clicked 9 and that brought me all the way to the 4-hour mark. Oops.
Need to learn another tool, which is scale.
Alright, cool. This is weird too. For some reason, I feel like I gotta like turn this off and then it starts working right. Or not. The monkey's just gone. Like, it's supposed to show me the front of the monkey. Like, what? I'm pressing 1 on the numpad. It's supposed to show me the monkey, the front orthographic, but it doesn't. That might be an error. Cause what the hell is that? Why is it like showing me nothingness? It's like going out into the void whenever I click 1. That's like the weirdest thing ever. Okay, now it's working for some reason. I don't know why. I just want to look at my monkey. I want to check if the hat's alright. Oh, how do you move? I forgot how to move. Is it this? I forgot how to move the monkey. Like, to rotate objects, not just the view. Kind of looks like a Smurf from a distance. If you squint. Yeah, it does. It's like the body is its like lower face. I need to... I just learned this and I forgot. This is what I was talking about. I just learned how to rotate objects and now I forgot. You know what? That's fine. We can just look it up again. Because for the longest, I've just been rotating the view. No, Google. I don't want to try your new AI mode. Oh my god. The R key. R key. Okay, it looks good. Let's have you go up. Yeah, you were just up. You were just up. There we go. Okay. Looking spiffy. Looking clean. Okay, monkey. There we go. All right. That's all I wanted to do. The Smurf movie sucked. I'm not surprised. Totally not surprised. It probably sold well, but that doesn't mean it's good. A lot of movies sell well, but they don't really deserve that critical acclaim. Where's my camera? A little too close. Way too close. Oh my goodness. Let's put you back. What are we saying you back? Like right here. Oh, that's alright. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's kind of clipping. That's what I wanted to look out for. That's alright. It's a monkey. Alright, Cone. We need you. What are we gonna color you? Now he's really a Smurf. Actually, no, it's gotta be like, well, that's Papa Smurf, right? It's like white. Can I get a pure, can I get like a Snow White color? We just going with this grayish. Nah, whatever. It's Papa Smurf now. Beardless.
So we so S to again. So okay, so we could S Z. There we go, and it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha! Look at that. You're very bland party if it's grey. So let's give it another material, an exciting color, a vibrant aqua color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position, so let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera, and rather than dabbling with that little thing I had before, I'm going to hit G.
I'm so tempted to skip.
Tap it once.
To skip around.
As I said, it's a little awkward.
But I was told that I need to do these one by one.
Just move that out, and then I got to rotate it. All right. So I'm going to rotate. So with the camera selected, tap.
I am eager. I'm so eager to just hurry up and sculpt.
Kind of like freehand rotating around.
Hurry up and sculpt. Make the low poly model.
There we go. Okay.
Try to make some designs for it.
This is just a fool around session, so don't worry if you're making mistakes. We'll get to actually.
Hasn't been the same after the war.
The next part. I'm just trying to find ways to throw in these like fundamental tools. Rotate, right? The monkey's head is just. He needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. Ah, what an excuse to use the rotate tool. So you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes there. You could
I do have that. But I don't even think... Nope. It's gone. There's supposed to be a circle and some arrows, and it's gone. Why? Where is it, bro? I'm gonna save and quit. Hold on. Hold on. Where am I saving this to? I wish there was a Blender folder. On real projects, temp. I guess I gotta make it. New folder. Blender. I'll just call it Learning Blender. Save as monkey and donut. All right. Closing Blender. Reopening Blender. File. Open. There we go. What the fuck? Where's my colors? It saved my models, but not my colors? They done depigmatized my Papa Smurf. What the hell happened? I get your impatience, but please no, you can barely move sometimes. Remember to see the tutorial to the end. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I sacrificed my colors. And I still don't got my arrows. That's wonderful. Biden blasted. Well, I guess you ain't black. Boom! Just took the color away. Now,
Click
Papa
and
Smurf
rotate
really
it
done
around
seen
like
the
that.
war.
Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now just freehand rotating on my cursor. Remember the axes, as I mentioned before, can be used for any mode. So the X-axis will rotate it back and forth. The Y-axis, tilt it, or Z, there we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little bit.
Z. I'm such an American, bro. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about, Z? Wireframe? My colors! It was just a preview? Material preview. Rendered. Wireframe. Whoa. Solid. Oh, it was because it was depending on what mode I was in between rendered, solid material. So I had it on rendered. Okay, it did save the colors. Alright, nice. Why does it leave the project off? It loads the project on solid then. I guess that's just the default for whenever you reopen a project. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I would prefer anything to just like start up being You know what? Maybe. Yeah, material preview looks nice. Maybe it doesn't load the project on rendered because it takes into account of the GPU? I don't know. It does something. I think it probably just takes that into account. You don't want to load the project and you just got all this shit rendered. And then your PC has to like wait a couple of seconds. Maybe that's why, I don't know. Like imagine a larger project on Blender, like somebody's making an entire environment on the canvas. There's like houses and like city buildings and stuff. And it's all loading in rendered. It's all getting loaded and rendered. So maybe that's why. That's why the project started in solid, but I don't know. It could be something else. Could be a different reason.
Right, and there you go, F12. And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation. And then just wait for the recruiters, essentially. All right, let's start a new scene so that we can get ready for part 2, where we're going to actually start building our donut and learning some of the more
Look at those donuts.
core features of Blender. Now we know how Blender functions. Let's start
Dude,
with the more core features
I want to jump into the screen, bro.
of Blender. Now we know how Blender functions. Let's start building that donut. So, as before.
Oh, new project. You know what? Screw this one. Are you getting into something new? I never read this 2D animation. You know what? I've noticed in a lot of anime, especially modern animation, they use 3D backgrounds a lot. It's rare. Sometimes backgrounds will be like 2D painted. You'll see 2D painted backgrounds, especially on like older anime, and even the modern ones, the newer ones. But nowadays, because 3D software is so prominent, you'll see a lot of that as backgrounds. And it's rare to see background animation, like 2D background animation. A lot of it's most likely done on Blender. Sculpting, ooh. VFX, video editing. Video editing. I'm trying to see how you would apply Blender to video editing. Then general. All right. Had a fixation on donuts for like 2 years. It was weird. Phases go in and they arrive and then they disappear. Alright, donut time though. It is donut time. Had to stretch.
Or let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you are working with a new scene. Completely new scene. Don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin.
Wait, that was
fresh.
the same file?
Completely new scene. Don't want.
I need to make a new one?
To repeat that donut. So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat.
I could have just made a new scene. I need to do all that. Could have clicked file. Wow. You know what? Whatever. I know now. Joe, he's taking shortcuts. I mean, in the anime industry, anime is. I feel like anime is more difficult to make than like some Western cartoons. Because some Western cartoons, they don't really do a lot of. They do background animation, but not all the time. Sometimes it's just like regular, like still image backgrounds. And in some anime, there's a lot of action sequences that happen. So I understand why they'll use Blender for 3D backgrounds. Like that's not I don't got a problem with that. And some you can't really tell sometimes. It looks nice. Like I feel like a really good the studio that does this the most, or recently from what I've been like watching, UFO Table does a lot of 3D animated backgrounds. They do that a lot. But somehow it looks good. It always tends to look good. Because usually you would think a 2D character animated on moving 3D backgrounds would just look jarring. But most of the time, you're watching like Fate, you're watching like Demon Slayer, you're watching Kara no Kyokai. It looks good. It looks good. AOT, you mentioned AOT too. AOT has that as well. AOT is okay. Their backgrounds are fine. I feel like UFO Table has better backgrounds though. When it comes to their 3D, they're good at 3D. UFO Table is really good at 3D. Realize 80% of it's 3D rendering. Yeah. Attack on Titan does have some good still image, like, painted backgrounds. They're really like when you pay attention to some of the like the hand drawn backgrounds, they're really nice. Not saying that it's a bad thing. It's just odd when you notice it. Yeah. But sometimes it's subtle. They make it subtle enough to where you don't notice it often. Most of the time, you're just focused on watching the anime, and that's it. Like just for the story, the characters. The one thing I will say that's usually jarring, it's not 2D characters on a 3D background. It's when I'm looking at a 2D character, and then all of a sudden a new scene happens, or like a new cut happens, and the character is like in 3D. Either because their design is too complex, or they're on a horse or something, or they're giant, and they're all of a sudden just 3D. I'm like, whoa, this is throwing me off a little bit. But I usually don't complain at that a lot. It's just it kind of like takes me aback sometimes.
Make sure you are working with a new scene. Completely new scene. Don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin fresh slate, and let's delete our default cube just with the delete key, and let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A. And as I mentioned before, you usually want what is underneath mesh because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building. You know, if it was
Taurus?
a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a cylinder. In our case, we want the donut-shaped one, although mathematicians call it a torus for some reason. So let's add that. Now, if I zoom in by scrolling up, we can see we have something resembling a donut. Looks like a pretty weak...
You know what, bro? I'm glad I started a new file. The new file has arrows. It has arrows.
Donut, you know, very flimsy. Looks like the
This is
donut
what I-
before it's
this is-
cooked when they just drop it into the vat and it's just
That's
this
what I
little
wanted.
wispy thing. So
I still gotta figure out why it disappeared. Somewhere down the line, it was gone. This was gone too. The axis circle? The axis circle was gone. These were gone as well. I don't know why. I don't know, like, what happened to them? They just dipped on me.
immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change
1960s
it.
donut?
And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our...
I zoned out. Hold on.
So, immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it. And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on, you've accepted the state of your donut, and this is the one you want, right? Now, if you haven't done anything
Oh, it is gone. I reselected it and it's no longer there. Whoa. That's cruel. If I did not have this tutorial, I'd be like, yo, how do I get that back?
Or change this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9.
Thank you.
I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have...
Wait. There we go. It disappears when I click away? Wait. Is that even the right one?
I never actually remember that. You can. Now, if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9.
Why can't I permanently just have it at the bottom left side? Why does it just go away? Why does Blender assume I'm done with the object? I'm not done with the object. I'm still working on it.
I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I want to tweak it, now's my chance.
And it doesn't appear when you select an object, I think. Oh, no, it does. Never mind. I'm wrong. What was it? What was it that I did? I did, this 48. Oh. I wonder. That is a smooth donut. I'll bring it back.
Before I move on to something else. Okay. So we could change, the size of it here. We can also...
Major radius, minor. What is the difference? Okay. It's like a sonic ring. This is an abomination. We're inside of it now. Okay. What's the most donut looking shape I can try to get out of this? I mean, most donuts have different shapes and sizes. What is that bead looking donut I've seen? It's not even called a donut, is it? I'm gonna just type what I'm thinking. Bead looking donut. It's gonna give me the proper name. It's like an apple, cinnamon apple donut thing, but it's like circular. What is it called? I gotta look up donut types. What is that thing called? Probably gonna make that. Found it. It's a Japanese donut. I wasn't even trying to be a weeb. It's a mochi donut. I wasn't even trying to be a weeb. I just like that donut. I just forgot what it was called. Yeah, it's one of these. I didn't know it was Japanese. I'm gonna try to make this. This might be hard to make on Blender. I don't know. Here's a cinnamon donut I was talking about. These are good too. These are really good. They have this thing called a cinnamon apple donut, and the texture of like the outer layer is like a soft crunch. You bite into it and you feel like you're in another dimension. It's really good. And then you taste that cinnamon and apple flavor. Super good, dude. This is just a regular cinnamon one, but then they have the cinnamon apple. Like immaculate, dude. These are really, they got vegan versions. I don't know. Never had it, so I can't hate on it, but that exists. Yeah, but this is the one I was talking about. This, how would I make this in Blender? This tutorial is going to show me how to make a regular ass donut, but I'm trying to do extra stuff for some reason. See if I can make this mochi donut. Let's find out.
Change the resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely, to make it higher or lower fidelity. And a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and I say this because this was the exact mistake I made way
256
back
is the
in
limit.
2003 when I started learning Blender, is they go, well, I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember my first project, one of my first projects was
Ew.
for a
I
high
don't
school
like it, though.
film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult, but I went really high poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the
Yeah.
problem, the reason you don't want this is that, for starters, things
It kind of looks good though when I'm rotating. It's like it's a smooth shape. I like it. It looks appealing. But he's probably gonna explain why it's bad.
that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're
Yep.
very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it is very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way
Okay.
to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away.
I'm probably going to take notes. I feel like what he said is important. It was a simple statement, kind of, but I feel like I should remember that. And I can come back. I'm gonna add a timestamp to the notes that I'm taking if I like don't have context for what the notes that I'm typing means. Easier to add resolution, however it's difficult to take away resolution. And then the timestamp.
With few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and poly to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D.
2045. Alright. Just want to do that. I feel like I'm gonna find different ways to learn, different learning methods. See what works, see what doesn't work. I feel like taking notes might help out a little bit.
You'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it is very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor. And don't worry that it looks all jagged, because we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks it's kind of chunky, like a fat donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less...
I'm gonna make that a little chunkier too. This donut looks boneless. Let's give it like that. His is a little chunkier, but I'm gonna just have like how a typical donut looks. Yeah, that's fine.
jagged. Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth. And look at that, this is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery. It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's
So that was a smooth. I like auto smooth though. I don't know why. I have like a weird thing for auto smooth. It doesn't look quite good for this donut model, so I could see why you would opt for the regular shade smooth. But I feel like later on I might be using auto a lot more for other models.
just basically kind of like averaging out faces, and anyway, it's very technical, but basically means it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking like we want. If you were rendering like architectural or like hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on a counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use shade smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex density into the mesh itself and then making it hard to remove later on, there's another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of options for properties, click on the wrench, and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So up here, add modifier, and you've got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time.
wow.
In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object just by hitting Control 1. But don't do that because we've already got it. So
Wait, what?
generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object just by hitting Control 1. But don't do that because we've already got it.
Despite hitting, this is Control 1, dude. I'm not gonna click it.
So there. Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, Disable GPU Subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing whatever. But
I got that 3060. Let's go.
If it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going.
You know, donuts disappearing on my
what exactly
setup.
is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode, because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading there.
Oh, what did you do?
If I set this being, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade
Oh, okay.
flat mode, because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading there.
Keep sharp edges. Is this a similar thing where it's going to be like if I click away from the object, this thing is going to disappear forever?
If I set this levels viewport to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface, essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain it, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how it's working. You can see that this is these squares here, these are called faces, by the way. And for each one of these faces here, as I add a level, you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right? And then now if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I do another level, that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know
Whoa.
that it is
What is this
smoothing out
liminal
as well. Like
space?
this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So to quickly visualize that, if I just draw it, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right? Like this. If you add a subsurf modifier, what it's going to do is it's going to add a point here, right? Because this is the extra detail. It's also going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points. And it's going to create another one there and another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking. So there we go. So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now, the reason there are two options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you could go up there, and render image, or remember the hotkey, F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth, but I go back and you can see.
Whoops. No, he's right. Why is it again?
Is viewport and levels render. So reminder, this gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you could go up there, and render image, or remember the hotkey, F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth, but I go back and you can see it's jagged. So the viewport, you want to generally keep it lightweight, and then the render time, that's where you want to get a really nice looking pretty image. So you want to often have 2 different levels. In our case though, I don't really think we need to go beyond 1, even for our final pretty image, because this with shade smoothing turned on is good enough. And we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so we have a perfect donut, and that's the problem. It's too perfect. You could spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking fake. So that's actually a problem you learn pretty quickly in 3D, that things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and adding variation there like you see in the real world, because your eye expects to see it. So how do we do that? How do we make this donut look a little more lumpy and interesting? I do that by changing the mesh itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can click on different objects, is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left hand corner you can see we are in object mode. But if I click the drop down, you can see I get a number of other options here. And these options, again, will change depending on
he's probably
the
going to go to
object
editor
I've selected.
sculpt.
If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode. But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode.
Yep.
Ooh. Right. Now, you can see our mesh, our
Oh yeah,
object
edit,
has
because we
become
can
something
change
that looks
around
weird. It's got a bunch of
the
little points on it
faces
with
and stuff.
lines and very technical. Well, that's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2, just because you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular. Anyway, so these are called your vertices, and if you have 2 of them joined by a line, that is called an edge, and if you have 4 of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these, I can quickly change the shape of my object by using the
About to
same
morph this
hotkeys as
donut.
before. And if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G, right? And you can see it's now attached to my cursor. And then if I want to confirm its movement, I just do a single left click, and there it is. Now, if I go back into object mode, like that, you can see that my mesh has changed, okay? And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab. Okay, so you can see it's just toggling between those two modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now, this is okay, right? But you can see it's like, it's got like some artifacting. It's like, it's not the greatest lump, right? So how do we make it look a little more natural? Well, I mean, you could, you know, you move one, drag.
It's time to add some imperfections to this thing. You know what, where is this thing at? I don't, trying to make this donut might take too long. I should probably just make the regular ass donut and then move on. maybe let's not be extra today. Because I kind of understand it now. It's like, yeah, if we're gonna change the mesh through edit mode, it's make them all look like this. Each side being like this circular orb donut, like trying to get it to look like the mochi donut. I don't know. Just like make the regular ass donut and then move on. Try to figure out how to do low poly models.
It out, okay, click, and then I move, the next one next to it, right? I'll move that out, and then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one out. And it's like, okay, well now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5
I just want to see what he does
actions.
before I follow
Ridiculous, right?
along.
No one wants to do that. No one's got time for that.
Just gonna see what he
Thankfully,
does.
there is a tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that,
Oh,
now,
hold on, wait. Okay, I was gonna just like keep watching and then do stuff, but he introduced a new thing.
now if I
I thought I was just gonna watch him mess around and make a bunch of like bumps on the donut.
just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I
Where?
enable it
Wait.
up there in your toolbar, just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you
Edit mode. What is that? I don't. Is it this? Oh, it is this. For some reason. Huh. His proportional editing icon is like not in the center like mine is. I guess that might be a version difference. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it.
can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit G and I move it out, you will see I get a little ring around my cursor there, and that is now changing the mesh around it.
Oh shit.
Now,
Whoa, wait.
previous tutorials were like,
Wait.
I don't see what's going on. You have to have.
I clicked the whole face. Oh, that's an imperfect donut a little bit. I clicked the face instead. Okay. Oh no, this donut. It's going along the grid. Oh no, donut, no. Oh no, donut. Oh, what? You okay, donut? Donut, you okay? I'm gonna put you back together. We're gonna get you back. We're gonna get you back. Okay. Okay. Alright. That was fun. Oh, look at this. Can I make a Mobius strip from this? It wouldn't be from that point. It would be like facing this way. But can you rotate? Can you rotate? Is it possible to R? It is. Oh, use the spin, Johnny. Use the spin. Oh, this is fun. It's my donut, guys. This is my donut. That's an abomination. Alright, you can make a Mobius strip. I mean, obviously, but I didn't think I could make it this early, or like figure it out on my own. That's cool. So R. And then I don't know. Kind of like I still gotta. Feels weird. This is like if you drop the donut box on your way home, and then one of them just gets. It just gets ruined. Anyway.
Something selected first, and then when you hit G, you will see that little circle.
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'll make some subtle adjustments. I'm not gonna go too crazy on this donut, but that's a start. Mobius strip though. A Mobius strip donut? Nah, okay, don't. Focus. You're just making something basic, bro. Don't do anything extra. It is tempting though. Okay, so they all do the same thing, regardless if I do point, edge, or face. They all do the same thing. Focus.
Circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence. And if I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect what is in that ring there, okay? If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard, then what you would have to do is go to key map and then change your page up and page down to something else just so that you could get around that. But guys, you got to get a mouse. Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, 50 cents or just in the nearest landfill somewhere. Get a mouse because it's going to make your life in 3D a lot easier. Okay, so with this, I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes, okay? So I just drag that out. Okay, I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up. Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right?
Oh, I like the way you actually did something.
Already this is looking up just by, okay, I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up. Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right? Because even if we were making a stylized world for a Pixar movie or something like that, you can't have just a spherical looking donut, round looking circular donut, because it just, your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over here. And you can see that I am just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So if I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out, I can make a small circle just by scrolling up like that. And you just want to do that until you get something that looks a little more natural. I might want to make the inner part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle, and that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out, make it a little bit more like that. But there you go. That's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple. It's not too detailed, but it's got just enough variation in it that it's more interesting to look at. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right, they're only like half submerged, so then they have to be flipped. But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it, is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around. They're usually a little bit flatter. So what I want to do is I want to select these vertices along here, and then I want to shrink them. Now I could go around one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender pre-YouTube days, and there was no tutorials. What I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly, because there's a function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right, this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now selected.
It's usually at like, I have noticed that with some donuts, or most of them, it's like, oh, I gotta be in edge mode.
Tutorials. What I would do this if I wanted to select tube days. That's actually what I used to, because there's a Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right, this little line here.
That's okay. He is in point mode. He's in point mode, but okay, so it's not working for me. I don't know. You sure it's Alt? Alt's not working for me. Maybe is it Alt Shift?
Just toggling between those two modes because it's so common. Now my first this pre-YouTube like this is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right, what would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want this. I think this is than what it's called dot blank. It doesn't look right? And I move it around. What I would do this if I tool single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right, this little line here. You can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now. See, it's on not the point. Hold down Alt on your keyboard. Function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge.
That's what I'm doing. It's not working. I don't know why. It's not working for me for some reason. So I hold an Alt and I click I gotta click the edge that's within. No. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work for me. That's weird. I don't know why. Is it because I'm on Windows? Is it another tool that I gotta use? I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I am in edit mode, so it's not like I'm on the wrong thing.
Like this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's...
What is this called? What is this tool called? Because I need to look it up and find what is going on. I need...
one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender pre-YouTube days, and there was no tutorials. I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly, because there's a function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a sync
Edge select. Alt hyphen RMB. I am bad with abbreviations. What does RMB mean? Right mouse button. So Google's telling me it's the right mouse button, but tutorial guy is telling me it's left click. Neither of which work, so I gotta find something else. Control Alt. Maybe it's Control Alt. Control Alt, left click. No. Why? Why is it not working? Okay, it worked vertically. Whoa! What? Why? What is that? Okay. That's not what I wanted. Oh, we did it. Wait, is this edge select? I think it's because I'm on a different version. Like, it's just different. It's new. I don't know. But I see the word edge tag and it just selects. Yeah? No? Fill region? Nope. 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 I don't get it. And then this is weird. Like caves in the donut. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, nothing's working. Edge loop in edit mode is Alt left mouse button. That's not working. It's not working for me for some reason. What mode is he in? What mode is he in? Okay, he's in select box, the same as I am. So it's not like I'm in anything different. Getting a little tired. I'm gonna get through this though. In edit mode, it's Alt left mouse button. When in edge select mode, I didn't know there was a edge select mode. I thought it was just going with edge select. Holding Shift Alt allows you to add to existing selections. Maybe it's that? I don't know. I really don't know. Sharp, crease, tag bevel. It's not like I know what these mean, but it's good to just read them aloud. I don't know how to. It's not working for me. It's fruitless effort, but let me try the other. Try the other alt. He said control. He said
Single left
hold on.
click on. So if you hold down Alt on your
He did say alt. Okay, he said alt. So I'm not hearing that wrong. But alt left click does not want me to have this work. I think I see the problem. Cause I gotta move this around. How do I do this without the camera moving around? Does he explain it?
keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points but on the edge, right? This little line here. You can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right?
He
would I
doesn't
do?
explain it.
Well,
Ah, that's bad. I thought you would explain it. Ah, man. Because holding shift and clicking doesn't do anything because you are now in the axis thing. Right? So I think they must have changed it. Blender must have changed it. It might be like a different key. I think it's a different key. This is me holding control. When I double click, it goes around and it selects. It selects these. I'm pretty sure, like, what if I press what, G? Yeah, pressing G, I can shift them all. Ooh, I can probably make the mochi donut this way. I think if I figure out how to shrink. Yeah, if I figure out how to shrink, that'll be cool. We're not doing that though. Not gonna do that. So it goes around vertically, but there's no horizontal, like, trying to get all the edges connected around the donut. So, and I think it's because they must have changed it. In this tutorial, it was just alt left click, but that doesn't seem to work unless I have something turned on that I need to turn off in order to make it work. That might be the case. I just don't know how to do it. This is perfect. I found a Reddit post that exactly details my issue. I just want to know how select edge loops. It's not alt left click. It's not alt right click. It's not control right click. It's not control left click. Double click or any of those with emulate middle mouse button turned off on and off. Please help me. You have to emulate 3 3 button mouse? It's double clicking in the edge loop. Are you serious? Yup. So they did change it. Blender did change it. Why did they change it? So what? So they can make alt and then hold left click to do this? I mean, I guess that's useful, but let a brother know, like I was stuck here for like 15 minutes trying to figure out how to get the damn select edge. The edge select. Ugh. I'm so tired. Oh, I know how to do that now. Wow, it was just double clicking. I'm glad I looked it up because I would have came to that conclusion 30 more minutes later. Double clicking, bro? Oh my god. I freaking hate. I hate this, bro. Are you serious? Alright, let's continue.
I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. Click on not the points, but on the edge, right? This little line here. You can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off and now scale in and just make it a little bit flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this, like your lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with the tutorial. Like, I gotta match exactly everything I do. I'm just working on the fly as well. So just make what you think looks good. Maybe you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more, go for it.
I'm gonna start that
because
over.
it might actually turn out better than
I tried to get his edge select is all the way in the middle. It's like all the way around in the middle. I wanted mine's at the
See?
bottom.
This feels a little to scale that in.
Yeah, like his is like in the middle. Maybe I might put mine's in the middle.
And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off and now scale in and just make it a little proportional editing. Shrink it, connected along that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off and now scale in and just make it a little bit flatter.
Let's see.
And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look
it's
exactly
definitely a
like this. Like your lump
donut.
is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious. with the
UFO
tutorial. They gotta
donut.
match exactly everything I do.
Sure.
Like I'm just working on. See, it just feels a little bit more to scale that in. And I actually don't the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off and now scale in.
Yeah, I felt like that was messing me up a little bit. Well, I gotta mutate the. I gotta make some bumps on the faces. That's why it doesn't look good, because it's too perfect. Oh, when he meant flat, he meant like the sides of the donut are flat. Sometimes the bottom of the donut is usually a little flat though too. He meant the sides though. That's true though. It usually is flat on the side.
And just make it a little bit flatter. Turn that off. Yes. And I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off.
Mine doesn't look good because I didn't follow the step of having to make the bumps. I didn't make the bumps yet because I was just trying to look at the video first, but now I'm following along again. And it's like, oh man. Alright, let's try to not make this look ugly. He did the points, right? Let's see how these points are gonna look. Use some proportionate. And well, not on this angle. No. Can I do it without the? Probably not. No, I can't. That's why this guy keep on clicking tab over and over again. What did E do again? Oh, E made. There's a way to make a new face connecting these. I forgot what. How you're supposed to do that. I hope I'm reminded later on that. That was important. Donut. Not my best looking donut, but I'm gonna keep trying. Let's try to add some blemishes to the faces. Imperfections to the faces. Let's get it like. Let me not have it be too uniform. That looks a little caved in. I can tell. A little too flat, a little too caved in. Probably a little far too down. I'm a detail maniac. I know I'm gonna be a detail maniac with a lot of stuff. I'm already trying to get details down on a donut. Oh my lord! I better speed things up when I get to the models. Still looks perfect. I'll do some other stuff later.
And now scale in.
I'm gonna stop at a certain point. What's a good stopping point in this video? Let me see. I could stop at, where am I right now? 34. I could stop right now. I'll just get back to 32, 50, 56. I am getting pretty tired. I might do some. I don't think I'm gonna. When I go back live with this again, I might not pick up at the same spot. You might see me at a different timestamp because I might do some stuff off stream. So you might see a little. This donut might look different when I get back. I don't think every single Blender stream it's gonna be me picking up where I left off, because I do wanna I do want to have some sort of study without OBS being on and me being live and showing this all the time. I think some having some time being put into just learning without the need to showcase it might be good. So we'll see. I am. This was kind of exhausting though, but it was fun. I'll do this a lot more. Oh, I gotta save. Okay. I will do this a lot more. And just not for Blender either. This building skills is going to be a new live series I'm gonna try to have, and I plan on doing it for some other things, so some other creative ventures. I want to do more pixel art streams, some more regular 2D art streams, and I've done that before. I just never like labeled it under this new series that I'm trying to plan, so I can learn these things like actively. Alright, it's saved. So that might be a thing, but I'm going to get out of here. I'll set something up for later, but maybe next time I get up, I'll just I want to play some more Persona 3. I held off on that for a little too long, so I'll get back into that. But the schedule will change. Like one of the days, I will put some time into keeping the grind on for learning Blender, doing some other stuff. So we'll see what happens.